Yo, welcome to the live stream. It's the Original OC channel with you on this Wednesday, March 5th, 2025. We have a banger for you today. We have inside industry information. We have all the secret tips and tricks of how to get watches at MSRP, how to play the 80 game, your tutorial coming up in 5 minutes. We have an industry expert who shared the most incredibly valuable and knowledgeable advice. And we will be going through it in detail. And you're going to, by the end of today's tutorial, you're going to know everything you need to know to get the hottest, most desirable watches at retail. How to play the game coming up on the show today. Let's see who we have. We have Andy Lewis in the chat. Andy is first. Howdy, y'all. Good to have Andy here. Andy knows how to play the game. Andy knows how to play the game. He has Patek Philippe. I think he has 3 Patek Philippes, including the new Cubitus. He's got a great collection. He's got AP, beautiful code 1159. So he definitely knows how to play the game. What's up, Andy? Good to have you here. We've got Logan Hall's Grill Stream second. Shout out to both Andy and Logan, both members of the Original OC channel. Thank you for being members. Logan, what's up? Great stream the other day, by the way. Great stream. Cloud Ken is in the chat. This should be a banger of a show. Cloud Ken, I think you're gonna like this one. Listen, Ken, let's be brutally honest. If there's anybody in the community who needs help playing the 80 game, I think this tutorial is for you, Ken. This tutorial is for you. We will help you get all the watches you've ever wanted. All the hot, desirable watches are within your grasp if you just follow the simple rules that we outline for you today. We have industry experts who've shared their vast knowledge. And I think after today, you'll be able to get anything you want from the AD. We have BW in the chat. By the way, Ken, thank you for being a member. BW's in the chat. BW's also a member. I may have to cancel my meeting to learn how to play the game. Listen, you're not going to find a better tutorial on the do's and the don'ts of how to get watches at retail than what you're going to find in today's show. Now, if nobody jumps on the panel, it'll go even faster. It'll go even smoother because I'll be able to get through the material very seamlessly and very efficiently. But if someone wants to jump on the panel, the link is pinned. But I think once I share with you the industry insights, the expertise from the higher ups in the watch industry, you will pretty much concede that that they've got it right. They've got it right, and you've got it wrong the whole time. Hey, Alex, Wristwatchholic. I received 2 AD calls for the Rolex Yachtmaster 40 millimeter Rhodium and the Rolex GMT Master 2 two-tone Guinness. I said no on both. Those were not the watches I was waiting for. Well, according to the industry experts, Alex, I think you made the wrong call. And if you follow their advice, you should have said yes to both of them. I'm not making this up, but listen, you're going to find the advice from the insiders of the industry very illuminating. But according to them, you probably should have said yes to both for a variety of different reasons. You know, maybe you were being too close-minded. Maybe you weren't thinking about the big picture. Maybe you weren't building a strategic relationship. You know, but there are a lot of things that we're gonna cover it in detail, Alex. But maybe you made the wrong call, according to the industry experts. Brody is in the chat. Brody, also a member. I'm interested in Cloudken's opinions on this topic. I know you. I think everybody's opinions are going to be super valuable here, because I think finally an industry insider, and I'm talking about a top industry insider, has revealed all of the inside scoop on how to get watches at retail, how to get any hot watch you want, and how to play the 80 game correctly. Most of you, myself included, have been playing it incorrectly. Okay? And what you're going to learn today is how to play it correctly. Now, I'm going to show you all of the do's and don'ts from the industry insiders, and then I'm going to provide a little bit of color commentary. But I think you guys, more than anybody, are gonna enjoy weighing in on these insights. This tutorial is extremely valuable and very helpful, and I don't think many of you follow it closely enough, which explains why you guys don't get watches. Okay. Hey, we got Goldfinger in the chat. What's up, Goldfinger? We have over 20 people watching already, which is phenomenal. Thank you guys for watching. Quick administrative note. Please like the live stream. Let's get to 15 likes. Once we get to 15 likes, then I will begin the tutorial. Quick reminder for those of you who are not members. If you're not a member, if you don't have a star next to your name, please become a member. And the way you can become a member is by clicking the link in the chat that says memberships. Please become a member. Number 2, if you are a member, please click on the currency icon next to where you type in your chats. You may have a free member milestone chat waiting for you. Please use it before you lose it. They do expire. They expire every month. So if you have a member milestone chat, please use it. If you have a star next to your name, please check and see that you don't have one that's going to go unused. Step 1, create an Excel spreadsheet. That is the Boston Collector method. But the industry experts will tell you not to do that. And I will explain why. They don't want you to create a spreadsheet. They don't want you to do that. So it'll be interesting to compare and contrast the expert advice of the industry insiders with the expertise and advice of the community, and to see who's right and who's wrong. Hey, we got Macallan Drinker, member of the Original OC channel. Good to have you in the chat. Good afternoon, all. Upvoted as always. Thank you. We got to the 15 likes, which is awesome. It means you guys are actively engaged and actually listening, which is good. Hey, we got Skip Intro in the chat. First, you get the watches. Nope, not according to the industry advice. You don't get the desirable watches first. According to the advice, you'll see it. Maybe you buy a whole bunch of other stuff. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Listen, you will find this tutorial extremely illuminating. Guys, it's the 80 Game 101. Finally, someone has unlocked the true secrets on how to get watches, all the hot watches you could ever dream of at retail. And I'll be sharing with you all of this very detailed information. I've condensed it onto 2 slides. And I think you guys are going to go bonkers when you realize that you've been playing the game wrong the whole time. You've been playing it incorrectly, inefficiently, and haphazardly. You haven't been playing it methodically. But I will share with you all of the industry insights coming up. We have close to 30 people watching. When we get to 30 people watching, I will we'll get into the tutorial. Chili Badgers in the chat. Slip sausages under the door to your AD and watch the watches flow. Can you fit sausages under the door? I mean, I think your sausages have to be pretty flat and thin in order to get them under the door. Why don't you just open the door and just take them inside on a silver platter? It's good advice, though. No, you don't need to slip them under the door. I think, see, Chili Badger, that's where you got it wrong. You know, you are trying. You don't do it. Don't do it covertly. Do it overtly. Be very transparent. That's one of the tips that you'll be hearing about when we go through the 80 game tutorial. And we got Doc Mick in Florida in the chat too. Doc Mick's a member. Thank you for being a member. Thank you, Brody, for being a member. Macallan Drinker, Skip Intro, also members. Thank you. All right, we got 30 people watching. Should we get into it? Let's get into the do's and the don'ts. Let me see what else is going on out there. By the way, I wanted to share with you one more thing before we get into the how to get watches at retail, the tutorial. I know some of you aren't going to like this, but it's okay. It's okay. We're allowed to take a look at things and see if we like them or not. So check this out. Let me pull it up here. Jeez, I had it 2 seconds ago. Oh, here it is. All right, check out this brand new watch. This is the new Breitling Navitimer Perpetual Calendar. And if you guys want to know more about the specifics of this, I'm happy to do it in the chat before we get to the do's and don'ts of getting the hottest watches from the AD. Hey, we've got Tan from Paris, France, who just became, holy shit, campaign senior consultant level member. Wow, Tan. That's awesome. Thank you so much, man. Tan's a cool guy. He's been joining some of the VIP after shows. He refuses. I won't call him a mega collector, but he's a very cool guy, cool collector, and he's been joining some of the after shows. He's in Paris, France. And thank you so much for becoming a campaign senior consultant level member. I think that's like $400 a month. I don't even know what that is in euros. I think it's like 420 euros a month. So huge shout out to Tan. Thank you very much, man. Guys, please say thank you to Tan for becoming a campaign senior consultant of the original OC campaign. That's very, very nice of you. And we've got Muhammad Ali super chat He's also a member. Thank you very much, Muhammad Ali, for always being a huge supporter of the channel. I wish I was watching this in 2020 or 2021. I would be a lot richer today. You would have gotten all the watches you could have ever dreamed of at retail had you been exposed to this tutorial. So just to set the stage, a couple of nights ago in New York, one of the top industry experts shared with the New York watch community all of the secrets on how to get watches at retail. And I've condensed a lot of that material into 2 slides. It was, I think, a 75 slide deck, 75 slides on everything that you need to do in order to get watches from the AD. I've consolidated those 75 slides down to 2 slides. And I don't want to mention who the person is. I don't want to dox that person. I also want to respect the organization that shared the information. This was extremely hard to get information. It was a private club. It was a private event, and this was for only the top industry insiders. But I'll be sharing everything with you coming up. But Muhammad Ali, thank you for being here. Hey, we got Julius Caesar. Good afternoon, everyone. Julius is also a member. Thank you for being a member. Hey, we got Double D in the chat. Was the one and only rule wait until 2025, then walk into the AD, then ask for a watch? No, it was not. That was not the advice, actually. You will hear from the industry experts that you shouldn't wait. You should impulsively buy things on the spot. And we'll be discussing this in great detail. Don't wait for watches. Don't price shop. Don't compare watches. Don't compare brands. There's a lot of interesting and very insightful advice that the industry would like for you to know. They've spilled the beans, guys. They have spilled the beans. They have shared all of the secrets, all of the tips and tricks for how to get watches at retail. And your approach, Double D, is incorrect. Incorrect. Okay? But listen, we'll be discussing it. OC is very secretive. It's so secretive. No, I'm not. I'm going to show you everything. But first, by the way, check out the new Navitimer perpetual calendar. This is features the B19 perpetual calendar chronograph movement. This caliber, this movement debuted last year, and now they are launching a beautiful perpetual calendar chronograph. It's 43 millimeters, features the beautiful ice blue sunburst dial, has 96 hours of power reserve, 30 meters of water resistance. It runs at 28,800 hertz, or 28,800 beats per hour. It's fully COSC certified. It's under 15 millimeters. Now, to me, that's still thick. It's still thick. It actually measures 14.94 millimeters, which is basically 15 millimeters. To me, that's thick, super thick. And it is available at retail. By the way, this is stainless steel with a platinum bezel. Stainless steel with a platinum bezel. It is $29,000. $29,000 on the strap and $29,500 on the bracelet. Let me know what you think. You want to see the movement? Do you want to see the movement? Sure you do. Why not? Let me see here. If I can get a shot of the movement here for you. There you go. There is the movement. The B19, B19 or B19. Does it look special? Not really. Not really. But it is a beautiful looking chronograph. Let me see if I can pull up a nice wrist shot for you. Yeah, this is a good wrist shot. How about this one? Wow, that image looks shitty. Let me pull up a better one. Here we go. Nice and a little bit sharper. Nice and sharp. There we go. Good looking watch. Good looking watch. It's meh. Yeah, I think the movement is meh. The movement is meh for sure. But the watch itself, this looks cheap. I'll be honest with you, pretty cheap looking. But I'm not a big movement guy. Not a big movement guy. So, but what is a much better shot is this one. Boom. That's a good looking watch. Very nice looking watch. As you can see here, Breitling considers Sunday the first day of the week. Sunday is the first day of the week. Sunday is at the top of the subdial. Or maybe Sunday is the last day of the week. Maybe they have all the top of the dial. It refers to the last day and the last month because they have Sunday, December, and the 31st, all the top. That's the old style. AP has reinvented the perpetual calendar. They've changed it. So Monday is at the top. It's meh. Yeah, the movement's meh. Hello, OC. Nice dial, ugly movement. And you spelled movement the French way. Yeah, movement. And prissy. It's very prissy. Yeah. Hey, got no Biggie Sal in the chat. That dial is just too damn busy. Poor execution of a perpetual calendar chronograph. I don't know. I like it. I think it's sexy looking. But that's just me. That's just my opinion. All right. Now, are you guys ready? Holy shit, there's almost 40 people watching. Guys, upvote the live stream. I'm going to get right into it. I promise I'm not going to wait. Here we go. Let's see here. Let me figure this out. I'm going to stop the screen. I'm going to present, share screen. I got to be very careful about doxing here. So let's see how to do this. Be very careful about the doxing, guys. Okay. Boom. All right. Let's see if we can do this. All right. This is it. These are the do's. There's two slides, do's and don'ts. Okay. And let me just explain. Let me explain. The bold bullet point is the industry expert opinion, and then highlighted in yellow is kind of what it really means. Okay, and these are, if you want to get watches at retail, there are do's and there are don'ts. Okay, let's just be real. There's things to do and there's things not to do. And this industry insider spilled all the secrets about the things you should do and not do. And we're going to cover them in 2 slides. Okay? Now, if you disagree, then chances are you don't know how to play the game. Okay? But these are the industry experts telling you what you need to do in order to get watches. If you disagree, jump on the panel. The link is pinned. The pin is linked. Okay? Let's see if I can make this just a tad bigger. Let's see if I can make this bigger here. View, fit to window. All right, I think that's good. Yeah. Is that good size? Is that, let me move myself down here. There you go. There we go. There we go. And now let's see if I work some magic. If I can maybe, there we go. Now we're talking, right? Okay. Now, if you don't like this, don't blame me. This is advice of the industry experts. Bottom right is the zoom. This is pretty much zoomed. Zoom pretty good, don't you think? All right. Hello, Happy Meal. Hello, hello, dear Artifact. What's up? Dear Artifact says, pretty close. There can be some variation from AD to AD, but this is close enough to be considered good general advice. At the end of the day, you need to know the essays as much as they know you. But listen, we're going to get into it in detail. Okay? We're going to get into it in detail. First, there's 2 slides, only 2 slides. I've condensed a 75-page manual. 75-page manual on how to get watches how to get the hottest, most desirable watches from the AD at retail immediately into 2 slides. And if you just follow the advice on these 2 slides, you'll be all set. Okay? Now, if you have a problem with this advice, you don't know what the hell you're talking about, according to the industry experts. Okay? Here we go. Number 1, do's. These are the do's. Okay? If you have a problem with it, jump on the panel and discuss. Number 1, visit often. This is talking about getting watches from the AD. Visit often. Get to know the team and shoot the shit. Okay? Now, what is he really trying to say? There's a lot of ways you can interpret that. Maybe what he really means is come in, bring plenty of gifts, bring bottles of wine, bring pastries, bring free food, bring gifts, and allow us to get to know you really well so we can vet and qualify you. Because the more time that we can get to know you as a prospective customer, the more we can learn about what you'll be able to buy, what you'll be able to afford, and all that good stuff, right? So listen, when you want to buy the hottest watches from the AD, listen, you have to go in and you have to prove that you're actually interested in watches. Okay? And the way you do that is come in often so we can do a better job figuring out if you're actually qualified to buy these watches. Okay? Simple as that. The more you come in, the more we get to learn about what you do for a living, how much you make, if you can even afford these things. You know, we can expose you to lots of brands, and and we can get you to buy stuff. That's what it's about. You need to come in so you can buy stuff. So come in often, because when you come in often, the more you buy. Simple rule. Now, do you agree with the rule? Listen, if you want to get watches at retail, don't argue with me. This is the industry expert telling you what to do. Now, if you don't like it, tough shit. You won't get the watches. This is the advice. Take it or leave it. You want to get watches at retail or not? Because chances are you've been playing the 80 game all wrong. This is how you play the game. Come in often, and buy lots of watches. You got a problem with bullet one? Take it up with the experts. Okay? All right, number 2. Bullet point number 2, be open to new things, different models and other brands. That's right. Be open-minded, guys. You have to be open-minded. I think that's a huge problem with being able to play the game. The problem is, and I'm going to be straight with you guys, most of you people watching, you don't know how to play the game. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. Okay? You need to be open-minded. A lot of you guys are like, listen, well, I just want to buy Rolex, or I just want to buy Daytonas or GMT Master 2s, or I just want to buy the Flamingo Blue Tudor. That's your problem. Okay? That's your problem. You need to be open-minded. You need to be open to new things. The problem is, you need to learn to love things that you don't love. Right? You need to buy things. You know that old adage, buy what you love? You're too close-minded about the things that you love. You need to open your horizons. This isn't me saying this. This is the industry experts. If you want to get the watches that you want at retail, you need to be open-minded. You need to look at other brands, like, for example, Baum and Mercier. You need to look at Oris. You need to look at very expensive watches from JLC, or maybe Karl F. Bucherer, or maybe the Tudor Royale is a nice watch. Don't be so close-minded. The problem is you are too close-minded about the things that you like. You need to broaden your horizons. And this is one of the biggest do's, guys. The biggest do's is don't be so close-minded. Be receptive and open-minded about loving other things. Okay? Maybe listen, like, don't say to yourself, like, I don't love IWC. Okay? Maybe you should be saying to yourself, I should learn to love IWC. I should be more open-minded. Why not? I mean, is spending $50,000 on a Parmigiani a bad thing? Who's to say? But why not be open-minded to it? Right? I mean, let's say you want, Double D has, for example, a beautiful Girard-Perregaux Laureato. Maybe you should buy a full gold Girard-Perregaux Laureato, right? You should be open to it. Why be so close-minded about things? You should learn to love things more broadly. And that's your problem. That's a problem. I can guarantee you, most of you in the chat, you're not open-minded. And that's why you're not getting watches at retail. Okay? I got Billy in the chat. What's up, Billy? The comments are coming in fast and furious. Got Easy E here. What's up, Easy E? Lots of comments. If you want your comment pulled up, consider highlighting it, because I'm going to go. I want to focus. I don't want to be distracted. This is very, very important. And if you have an alternate opinion or a differing opinion, let me know. But so far, I think the industry guy has it spot on. Come in often. And number 2, be more open-minded. Don't be so close-minded. Like, I love Rolex and only Rolex. Or I love Patek Philippe. Or how about this? I like Patek Philippe, but only the Nautilus or only the Aquanaut. Maybe you should be open to other things like ladies' complications. Why close the door on that? I mean, just don't be so close-minded. Maybe a lady's dress watch will fit your wrist. The point is, don't be so quick to pass judgment. Don't say, I don't like it. When you're presented with a watch from a brand that you don't like, don't say to yourself, I don't like this watch and I don't like this brand. Say the opposite. I like it. And convince yourself that you actually love those things. That's one of the secrets to getting watches at retail. How else are you going to buy something if you don't buy the stuff that they're willing to offer you? It's fucking common sense, guys. How are you going to buy stuff if you're not open to buying the stuff that they present to you to buy? They're going to show you stuff to buy. Your job is to buy it. Be open-minded about it. Okay? This is the secrets, the tips and tricks are being revealed for the first time from the industry insiders. Now, you can ignore the advice, but you won't get watches. Number three, be transparent about your journey. Be transparent about your journey. In other words, be very, very open about how much you're willing to spend and how often. Now, why? Because we need to do a good job understanding. We need to do a good job understanding how much money you're willing to spend on watches so we can milk you for all that is available, and we want to understand the frequency. So be transparent about your journey. Tell us, for example, if you want a Daytona, come in and say, listen, I really like a Daytona. And then when we ask you, hey, are you open to other things? If you don't follow our advice and you're not open-minded, just tell us that. Say, no, I really just want a Daytona. That way we can throw your fucking contact information in the trash. Okay? Because you're wasting our fucking time. You're a fucking tire kicker. Don't come in and expect to get unreasonable things. So you should be transparent about what you're willing to do. Don't play games. Don't play games. Just be transparent. Like, listen, you know what? I'd like a GMT Master 2. Great. You're not fucking getting one. Get the fuck out. Stop wasting our time. Okay? So these are the tips and tricks from the industry insiders. Okay? Don't tell me this doesn't make sense. This makes perfect sense. This is 100% accurate. 100%. You want to get watches at retail, you'll fucking follow this to the letter. Okay? Number one, get your ass in there so they can vet and qualify you very frequently. Bring lots of gifts. Number two, be open to other things. Be open-minded. You know, don't say you don't like Panerai. Oh, Panerai is too big for me. I don't like the look of Panerai. I don't like Panerai's. Get fucked. Your job is to be open-minded. When we show you a Panerai, you know, $17,000, $18,000, $19,000 gold Panerai, you say, you know what? I should learn to love this. Why am I so close-minded? Okay? And number three, be more forthcoming about your journey. Tell us about how much you're willing to spend, how many watches you're willing to buy in order to get to the good watches. Okay? That's how you're going to get watches at retail. Simple as that. Got Vimal in the chat, Web1. Lots of good people. Hey, we have almost 50 people watching. 50 people watching. Upvote the stream, guys. It's not a closed panel; it's an open panel. But I want to cover a lot of this on my own because this is 100% accurate. I want to get through it all. Number 4, and this is very, very important. Collect across the broad range of models. All right? Way too often, someone will come in and they'll express a very myopic view about the watches that are part of their collection, or watches that they want to be a part of their collection. Listen, if you're a true watch collector, if you're a true watch enthusiast, you're going to collect not just Rolex, not just Rolex and Omega, not just Rolex and Patek Philippe, not just Omega and Rolex. You're going to collect a broad range of brands and models. Okay? That's how we're going to understand if you're a real collector or not. And that's how you should be playing the game. So you want to get watches at retail. We want to know that you have lots of different brands. You have Panerai, you have IWC, you have Breitling, you have um, Baum and Mercier, you have Ball, you have Tudor, you have Parmigiani, you have Vacheron, you have Longa, and not just the hype models, right? Like you don't just have one Tag Heuer. Maybe you have 3 or 4 Tag Heuers. That shows that you're really a committed collector. Maybe it's not just one Carrera or one Monaco, but you have a Monaco and a Carrera and an Aqua Racer, and maybe you have several Breitlings. Maybe you have a Chronomat and a Navitimer and a Super Ocean and maybe one of those smartwatches. Yeah, like show some diversity. Collect. If you want to be a collector, collect across the broad range of models. And you should be interested in jewelry as well, right? How are you going to how are you going to appreciate watches, which is basically men's jewelry, if you don't appreciate jewelry in general? If your family doesn't appreciate jewelry and buying lots of jewelry, are you even qualified to buy watches? So these are very reasonable rules. Think about it. Think about it from the 80s point of view. You want to get a watch at retail, but your family doesn't like watches. And your family doesn't appreciate the artisanship and craftsmanship of jewelry. Get the fuck out of here. Why should we give you a watch? We'll give it to somebody else. You need to collect across a broad range of brands and models. Okay? Don't just come in asking for the hot new Black Bay Chrono and Flamingo Blue. The Tudor Royal is a good watch. And if you're going to be a Tudor collector, maybe you have 2 or 3 Royals. Maybe you have two-tone with a white dial. Maybe you have two-tone with a blue dial. It's so, guys, if you want to get watches at retail, these are the things to do. And these kind of go hand in hand with each other, right? Okay, number 5, and finally, help us help you by telling us everything. This is kind of similar to be transparent about your journey, but it's just tell us everything. Don't keep secrets. The only way we can really help you is to help us. Okay? If you want to get watches at retail, you want us to help you? Great. We're happy to help you. One of the ways we can help you is by you helping us. Okay? So help us first by telling us everything, so then we can figure out how to help you. Okay? How else are we going to know what you can afford? How are we going to figure out how poor you are if you don't kind of tell us everything? You just over communicate. Tell us way too much about yourself so we can look for reasons to figure out why you don't deserve the watch, but other people do. Now, this could apply to somebody else, right? Like somebody else tells you to, just be more forthcoming. These are the dues. I didn't write the rules, guys. This was an industry expert. So visit often, be open-minded, be transparent, collect across the range, and tell us everything. These are your dues. These are the secrets, the hidden industry secrets for getting watches at retail. You want to play the game? This is the way you play it. You don't follow these rules, you don't get watches. Simple as that. Okay? Nick Da Vinci in the chat. What's up, Nick? Got Tom Voss. Got Evelyn. What's up, Evelyn? Very, very funny comments in the chat. I can't pull up everything. I want to stay focused. Can't stay focused. I gotta stay focused. All right. Are you ready for the don'ts? Does anybody have any comments on these do's? Does anybody disagree? Okay, because I'm getting the sense from the chat that you overwhelmingly agree with these points. I don't see any contrarian points of view. So that's good. That means you guys get it, because I think for far too long, you guys haven't gotten it. You don't know what you're doing because no one's told you the truth. So this is the industry insider, who gave us the briefing, the AD games. Here's how you play the AD game. We condensed a 75 slide presentation into 2 slides. Okay? So this is it. Are you ready for the don'ts? Because listen, the don'ts are just as important as the do's. Okay? And I can guarantee you a lot of you guys are doing a lot of the don'ts when you should be doing most of the do's. And you're fucking it all up. And then you're complaining you're not getting watches at retail. Okay? Now, slide number 2. Here we go. These are the don'ts. These are the don'ts. Do not ever do any of these things. If you do, you're fucked. All right? Number 1. This is common sense. Don't be a jerk, an asshole, or aggressive, and don't ever lie. Okay? This is very, very, very important. Don't ever lie and don't be a jerk, because ADs want to sell to people who are nice. They don't want to sell to people who are unreasonable. Okay? And if you come in all aggressive, let's say you come in all aggressive, like for example, let's say you bought a two-tone Datejust, and you bought a lady Datejust, and you bought an Air King, and maybe you bought like a solid gold Submariner, like a white gold Submariner, a Cookie Monster. So let's say you bought 3 or 4 pieces, right? A lady Datejust, a two-tone Datejust, a Cookie Monster, an Air King. And then after buying those 4 watches, you come in and you're like, I'd like to get a Submariner. Well, you're being unrealistic. You're being a jerk. Okay? And there's no reason for you to come into the AD acting all aggressive and giving them demands. Okay? And just don't come in with your bullshit like, oh, it's my birthday coming up this year. Don't fucking lie and tell the SA, you know what? I'm celebrating a birthday this year. Bullshit. You're not. They can see right through that. You know how many times people come in and say, oh, I'm turning 50 this year. Or, oh, I'm celebrating an anniversary this year. No, you're not. You're not even married, you fuck. We're not idiots. Okay? So don't come in with your fucking bullshit. Oh, like my wife would really like a watch. No, we know it's for you. My wife would really like a 43 millimeter offshore with blue ceramic. No, she wouldn't. It's for you, you dick. So don't lie. Don't come in and lie and think that you're gonna pull one over on the AD. Believe me, they can figure it out pretty quickly. Don't come in and say, listen, I'm celebrating a birthday this year. You think I could get a watch? Fuck you and your fucking lies. You're not celebrating shit. Probably don't even know what your birthday is. So don't be a jerk. Don't lie. And the worst thing of all is don't be unrealistic. Don't be aggressive. What makes you think that after buying a two-tone Datejust and an Air King and a Cookie Monster, that you could come in and be aggressive and ask for something like a Submariner, you know? Or, oh, I'd like an OP41. Get the fuck out of here. What have you done to deserve an OP41? Don't be so aggressive. You know, people like to sell to people who are nice. So don't be a dick with these unrealistic demands. So I know there are a lot of you that don't follow these rules, and a lot of you do these. A lot of you guys are doing these don'ts. Okay, stop it. You want to get watches at retail? Stop it. Okay. Number 2, do not shop with multiple ADs or take advantage of them. All right. And now I know a lot of you guys do this. The industry tells you don't. Okay. Don't go to Bucherer and then go to Watches of Switzerland and ask for watches from them too. Who the fuck are you to play ADs against each other? That's wrong. That's absolutely wrong. Don't do that. Okay? What you need to do is concentrate your business with one AD and one AD only and be loyal. Okay? Be super, super, super loyal. And don't pit one AD against another one. Don't shop around. Don't go to multiple ADs and ask for watches from multiple. They don't listen. They talk to each other. Okay, they talk to each other, so they will know. And if you attempt, if you think you're smarter than them, you think you're smarter than they are, really? Newsflash, you're not. Okay, you're not. So don't even think about playing this game. Oh, well, like I have Bucherer over here, and then I have like a mom and pop AD over here, and then like an hour away I have another AD. I'll go in and ask for a watch from them. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Don't think that you can take advantage of the situation. You're not going to do it. Best thing to do is stick with one AD, and whatever they tell you, you follow, right? If they say, hey, listen, we only get one GMT Master 2 Batman a year and you're not getting it, then that's it. You don't fucking whine and complain and go to another AD and say, I'd really like a Batman. You fucking shut up and you take it. Okay? Because that's the way to get watches at retail. That's the way to build a relationship. You want a positive, constructive, productive relationship? Then don't let your girlfriend meet your wife. Just don't do it. Okay? Now, number 3. Now, I know some of you do this. I know a lot of you who do this. This is wrong. And you should never do it. Never, ever, ever criticize or badmouth a brand or a retailer. Okay? Now, I can guarantee you there's 90% of you that do this. Do not ever criticize a brand or a retailer. Why? Because we don't want you to share with others how we're working very, very hard to have a very positive relationship with you. Okay? And we need to keep our things secret. Our relationship is secret. The last thing you want to do is tell anybody else about what's going on with your relationship with us. So don't badmouth another retailer. Now, listen, badmouthing a brand is also bad. So, for example, let's say you come in, you say, you know what? I had a bad experience with Bulova. I don't really like Bulova. Well, you know what? We don't want to hear that because we need the flexibility to show you a Bulova and for you to buy it. Remember, you have to be open minded. Like, don't come in and criticize Breitling. Don't say, listen, oh, Breitling's too flashy. Breitling's too gaudy for me. No. How else? See, that's closed minded. Okay. What you need to do is say, I like Breitling and I'd love to be able to buy them. That way, when they present Breitling to you, psychologically, you're in a good space. Mentally, you're prepared to accept the fact that you should buy it. How else can we convince you to buy a brand if you're bad mouthing the brand? It doesn't work. So don't criticize a brand. Okay, that's bad because it reduces our flexibility of having a wide array of brands to shove down your. I mean, to present to you for purchase. You know, the last thing we want to do is shove brands down your throat if you've already criticized them. It's much easier to shove those brands. I mean, to present those brands as great brands if you haven't critiqued them. Okay, simple. Hey, we got Golden Baba in the chat. Thank you, Golden Baba, for your flamingo blue highlighted comment. $2. Great tips. I wear a tuxedo when I visit my AD. Yes, always dress up. Although that's not one of the formal dues. Dress well, drive a fancy car, and show that you have lots of money. Watch It's Brian in the chat. Member for 4 months. Has this channel even been on for 4 months? That's incredible. Do the exact opposite of what Brian does and then become a member of the Original OC channel. Thank you very much, Brian. If you want to become a member of this channel, if you have a star next to your name, then you're already a member, which is awesome. If you like to show your support for the channel by becoming a member, please click on the link in the chat. By the way, huge shout out to Tan, one of our great viewers in France. Tan became a member at the senior consultant level, which is a very, very high level. Super, I think it's like 400 a month. So thank you, Tan. And thank you, Brian, for your member milestone chat. If you're a member, if you have a star next to your name, please click on the currency icon next to the chat. You may have a free member milestone chat available and waiting for you. Hey, we've got Els. It's a green highlighted comment. Thank you very much for the $5 contribution. Really appreciate your support. I only have 2 big authorized dealers nearby. One has all the major brands, but no Rolex, versus the Rolex AD with Tudor and we don't use that term. Let's just say garbage brand watches for under $1,000. What's a game plan in that situation? Okay, let's look at this. Let's analyze this statement carefully. And guys in the chat, I'll need your help because I only got into this hobby like 6-7 months ago. So I'm really not that knowledgeable. Els has 2 ADs. One has all the brands, but no Rolex. Okay. One has Rolex and Tudor, and then a bunch of, I don't use that word, a bunch of garbage brands. What do you do? Well, I think if I were you, I would go with the AD that has Rolex and the major brands. Right? Oh, wait a minute. Major brands, but no Rolex. Okay, you can't do that. You can't do that. You got to go with the Rolex. You got to go with the Rolex and all the garbage brands, because that way we're going to have maximum flexibility to sell you a bunch of garbage brand watches for under $1,000 to show that you're an actual collector. Okay? Because you need to remember, going back to the dues. Going back to the dues, you have to be open to new things. And a lot of you are super close-minded about what you like and what you don't like. And one of the big dues is be open to new things, be open to different models, be open to different brands. And right now you're not. For example, that Rolex AD with all of the under $1,000 garbage brands, I can't use the S word. I refuse to use the S word. I just can't call brands that. I really respect those brands. So let's just call them garbage brands. Plus, I don't like profanity. I don't use profanity on my channel. But a lot of you guys are really fucking close-minded about the brands. Why wouldn't you consider buying 2 or 3 Nomos, for example, to prove that you're a legitimate collector? I think too many of you aren't open-minded enough to have 2 or 3 or 4 Nomos in your collection, and then maybe buy a two-tone Datejust. Why come in? Why come in? Hot and heavy out of the gate, asking for Rolex. So, I think the second one's probably best. I don't know if you guys agree, but let me know in the chat. Should Elds go with scenario number 1, no Rolex, but has all the major brands, or number 2, Rolex and a whole bunch of garbage brands, including Tudor? Yeah. But I can't refer to Tudor as an S brand or a Swatch Group S, for Omega. That's wrong. I can't do that. I have standards, guys. But let's go back to a reminder of one of the key don'ts. Don't be aggressive. Don't be aggressive. Don't come in asking for Datejusts. Don't come in asking for Rolexes, Tudors. You may need to swallow some of the other stuff. You can let yourself on whenever you want. Number 4, don't ever talk about the gray market prices or watches as investments. Okay? Now, this is very simple. Very simple. You don't want to do that because they will think that you're knowledgeable about pricing. Now, why, if I were an SA, do I want to sell to somebody who's knowledgeable about prices or less knowledgeable? I would be in a much better situation if I come in and I know that, for example, a Longa that sells for $50,000 is available on secondary for 30 or 35. That it's going to be harder for me to sell you the $50,000 watch. So don't tell them that you know. We want customers who don't know about those things. So if you think a watch is an investment, or if you know anything about the gray market at all, then you're probably not a good customer. Probably not likely to be a good collector. And we're not going to give you watches at retail. If you want watches at retail, ignore the gray market. Pretend it doesn't exist. Don't even mention David SW. Don't mention European Watch Company. Don't say I bought this on the gray. Don't do any business with the gray market, and don't ever sell watches or consider watches as investments. That is your ticket to presenting yourself in a favorable light with the AD. And then finally, and Buckley, you can weigh in after I cover the last one. Too many of you think that you're a really, really ideal customer. And you tend to think to yourself, well, geez, like, why did that person get a watch, but I didn't get a watch? Or like, how come so-and-so posted on Instagram that they just got a Le Mans, but I didn't get a Le Mans? Or how come so-and-so got a Panda Daytona, but I haven't gotten offered a Panda Daytona? Don't make the mistake of comparing yourself to other customers. That's bad. It's rude. It's unseemly. Okay? Because the reality is, don't do that, because the truth is there are far more many people who are VIPs and whales, and you shouldn't even think about comparing yourself to them. You're not even in the same league. Okay? You are nothing. Okay, compared to these other people. So who are you to even think about wondering how somebody else got a watch? They are far more successful than you are. They are way richer than you are. They spend more money than you do. So it shouldn't even cross your mind to say, well, why did so-and-so get this and why did so-and-so get that? You're nothing. You're nothing unless you can spend a lot of money and you're very successful. So these are the don'ts. I think they're rock solid. And I don't think anybody could argue that this is your ticket to getting watches at retail. Buckley, good afternoon.
Hello.
Are there any of these that you want to discuss in greater detail, or do you want to elaborate on or share your own personal perspective? This was given maybe you want to talk, not planting a seed, maybe you want to talk about the overall expertise of this industry insider.
You mean working
we haven't named.
You mean how this was designed by an authorized dealer and pitched to customers? You mean that?
Are you in any way insinuating that this legitimate and very methodical and knowledgeable advice is not 100% in the best interest of the collector?
Let me start here. If you were in that room, you've already lost. If you're going, look, we know why you and Small G went, right? And yes, maybe there's a couple people in the crowd, whatever. They have a few friends. They're like, Jan, so-and-so's doing this tonight. So-and-so's doing this tonight. Let's go. He's a friend. Let's go see. Okay. 75% of that room, we're like, wow, a seminar on how to get watches at retail.
A seminar. It's a lecture, 75 slide lecture.
If you're in that room, you've already lost. You've already lost. There were more Grand Seikos in that room than anywhere on earth.
I don't know. I didn't actually see anybody with watches on. I interacted with 2 or 3 people. I said hi to Paul, a Longa Journey, who is always wearing a Longa. I didn't even have to look at his wrist. I interacted with a guy named Wristwatch NYC, who was wearing a FP Journe Chronometra Blue, and Mr. G, who was sitting next to me, who was wearing his new perpetual calendar that he unboxed. Particularly, I didn't see anybody else's watches. Didn't pay attention. But were a lot of them wearing douche watches? Maybe it's possible. It's possible.
Yeah, if you're in that room, you've already lost. I mean, that's the main thing. I want that to really sink in. The fact that the word journey is being used indicates exactly which brand may or may not have conducted the seminar.
Check your messages real quick. WhatsApp. Because the specific person who gave this talk is, I don't want to reveal his personal, what his relationship is to the industry. Although you can say that he's a mega industry insider. Fair enough. That's true, right?
It would be sort of like, I'm trying to think.
He's a retailer, and he's a mega industry insider. There's just no doubt he's in the business. The guy's in the business. He knows far more about getting and probably for a long time, many years, knows far more about the big brands like AP and Richard Mille, as has direct relationships with those companies, and he's uniquely qualified, I should say, to present this advice to collectors about what they should do to get watches at retail.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hey,
Hello.
Aussie, what's up?
Good.
Welcome
I
to
did
the
not
panel.
see. Yeah, great topic. You baited me into the Tudor talk, so just let me know when you want me to defend Tudor. But what wasn't on this list was dinners.
You mean buying
Where
SA's
did the
dinners?
dinners come? Yeah, where did the dinners come in? I don't. You know.
Be careful. You might awaken the dragon.
You baited me on. I got to bait someone else on.
It's all good. Listen, this is the place where you can come and shoot the shit. This hobby is, and I appreciate your jumping on, actually, because I know that if we can't take a little bit of trolling and a little bit of ribbing, then we don't have a thick skin. Being on YouTube and being on a panel, you know what it's like. So kudos to you for jumping on.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good to have the panelists having good discussion rather than just worrying about being trolled in the comments.
Listen, I think the dinners go in line with number one, which is visit often, be visible. Spend plenty of time, as much time with the team as possible, and shoot the shit, because they want to understand. They want you to have a lot of opportunities for you to share free stuff with them. So the dinners might fall in that category. Like, buy us lots of dinners. Get to know the team. What better way, by the way, to get to know a team or to get to know your SA than to send them on a trip?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for example, if an SA says to you, "Listen, I really like Jamaica, and I'd love to go with my wife to Jamaica," you're learning things about someone's personality. You're learning about them as a person. And listen, what better way for you to build a rapport than to say, "You know what? I'd like to send you to Jamaica.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to buy tickets for you to fly to Jamaica because I like you as a person, and I want you to like me, and let's get to know each other." I think you can get to know me by appreciating the fact that I want to treat you to something nice.
Right. I had that situation where an SA was telling me that they really like Lady Gaga, and I felt a little uncomfortable. I basically interpreted that as them saying, "Hey, Lady Gaga's residence here in Las Vegas. Can you get me a ticket?"
Right. Well, that's one of the dues, Aussie. That's one of the dues.
But I like that. Like, I'll do gifts, but like explicitly asking for something is like I felt quite uncomfortable.
Do you want to get watches at retail or not? Because these are
I was thinking like this is how I get the second Daytona. But at a subsequent talk to them, I realized they actually were just genuinely, absolutely, insanely a Lady Gaga fan. They'd been to their concert like 20 times.
And you should pick up on that. You should pick up on that and remember that when.
No, I just mean that they were saying it relatively innocently. Like, they were not trying. Like, they would be over the moon if I did that, for sure. But I took it the wrong way. I thought they were actually like strongly hinting that this needs to happen, quid pro quo. But no, they were just, we were talking shit. We always do talk about cheese, talk about hiking, and in this case, it was just about something that, I misunderstood what they were talking about. It was very unusual. They never asked me for anything before, and I thought that was very unusual, but it wasn't that at all.
It's not unusual at all. As a matter of fact, they are sharing something very personal with you, and you could share something very personal back, like tickets to the show.
Yeah. And then they said they went to a WNBA match and wanted to go to another one. And then I thought this person was saying that they were gay, but apparently they're not gay. Despite
you took WNBA for lesbian.
a woman tells you, like as far as I can tell, that this person doesn't have a significant other. At least as best as I could tell. I've known the person for a while.
Agree. The woman
they say that they've been to every Lady Gaga concert in their town. They've traveled to go to concerts. They've seen the same concert multiple times, and they've attended like 3 or 4 WNBA matches in the current year, and they're hyped about the Aces winning. I'm like, is this like, come on, is that not a lesbian?
No, the proper response is you say, sure, we can go. Can we take your Subaru Outback?
Yeah. No, exactly. No, I'm pretty sure they have a Subaru. Like they're into hiking and stuff. Like
can you move the dog? Can you move the dog carrier so I can fit in the back seat?
Yeah.
Exactly. Cats,
Muhammad
actually.
Ali,
but, I mean, that could be
green highlighted comment, £5 super chat. Thank you very much. When an authorized dealer says it's a journey, they mean they will take you for a ride. No, Muhammad, you got it all wrong. The journey is designed to help you get what you want. And if you don't outline the steps that you're willing to take, like how can they help you on your journey if you're not willing to tell them what path you're willing to take and what your destination is, right? So like you can't just come in and say, listen, I'd like to get to the top of the peak. You have to get there by hiking a trail. Hiking a trail means you need to go up a mountain. You need to navigate canyons. You need to transverse some sketchy trails. So they need to understand which path, which journey you're willing to go on in order for you to get to the peak. So, I mean, it's not taking you for a ride. It's they want to get you to your destination, and they want to be very honest with you about how to get there. Their job is to help you get stuff at retail. You're not going to get there, Mohammed, by being closed-minded and saying, oh, I just want a Pepsi. Okay? Because what's going to happen? You're going to wait 3.5 fucking years. All right. Does anybody have any other? So we covered the dinners, Aussie. Anything else that you want to, anything on the do's list that you either agree with wholeheartedly, which frankly you should probably agree with all of it, or do you take issue with slightly?
On the do's, I just want to reiterate why number one matters a lot. In terms of being there, actually being in front of their face. Number one, you can't really do any of this stuff without, you can't execute the do's and don'ts. This is all what you do in person. This isn't about, what you think about when you're at home. This is about what you do when you actually visit the boutique.
And why is that important?
It works in every industry, and that is because they're humans. If you spend enough time with someone, they're going to ultimately justify to themselves that they need to sell you a watch. They can't spend 30 hours with a client and then think they're okay with that result. Like, just even if it's not the best sale for them, they'll be just thinking like, shit, I've spent like 20 hours on this client and I've sold them nothing. Ultimately that'll egg on their psyche more than how much you want the watch.
No.
What does that even mean? How much you want the watch? Like, how are you different to anyone else? If you just put me down on the list and I'll never come back every 6 months,
I think,
like, what are they meant to
missing?
think?
I think you're missing a couple of key pieces. And whoever's in the back room, you can let yourself on whatever you want. The two important pieces. Why do you have to come in often? Number one, to prove that you are local. Okay, you have to prove that you're a local customer and that you're not some guy that is, happens to be in Austin on business every 6 weeks, and you pop in when you're there. Oh yeah, I'd like to come in and get a watch. And meanwhile, you're like the 6th AD. Remember the rule about not concentrating all your business with one AD and not shopping. Okay. Number two, you have to come in often so we can have the opportunity to show you watches. If you say you're a collector, we need to show you Oris. We need to show you Nomos. We need to show you Baume & Mercier. We need to show you Breitling and IWC and JLC and all of it. We need to show you these things because otherwise you're not a real collector.
All right, here we go. If you're buying other brands than the brand you want to get the brand you want, you are an idiot. The fastest way to say I'm a bitch is to buy other brands than the brand you want. You want to do a journey within the brand? Be my guest. But if you're buying Tudor and Breitling to get to entry-level Rolex, you truly are a loser.
Here, let me share the industry's perspective.
I don't give a fuck about the industry's perspective.
No, because this is the key to getting watches, Buckley. This is why you can't get anything. Listen up. The problem is you are closed-minded about. See, you need to learn to love brands that you don't think are good brands. Mm-hmm. That's your problem. You don't like brands because they're bad brands, and that's wrong. What you should do is learn to like bad brands and learn to love those brands because you have to be open-minded. How else can we sell you? How else can we sell you, for example, Breitling, if you already are predisposed to not liking Breitling? That's wrong.
Right.
How are we going to get
here's a softer, less how do you say, I don't know, sarcastic sounding way to look at it. The SA that have a job to do, they have to actually be seen showing you people watches, right? They have to be shown to be showing the Carl F. Bucher's. They have to be shown to be, showing people the Grand Seikos and whatnot. Look, even if you don't buy, they would love to have a willing customer who isn't a jerk, who just wants to shoot shit, look at the watch, even if you don't buy it. You solved a problem for that SA, for that day, for that hour. Okay, they didn't get commission out. They probably weren't going to sell one anyway. They knew who you are. They know what you genuinely like. But if you just, genuinely look like, I don't like Grand Seikos, but I love, parts of them. And I like looking at those parts. None of it will come together as like, oh, this is the watch for me. But you know what? Let's have a look. Let's spend a little time together. We'll talk about the WNBA while we look at
That's a great start. That's a great start, but you should also be open to loving those things. Don't be like, remember one of the don'ts is don't criticize or badmouth a brand or a retailer. Say something good about it and like it. So that way you can talk yourself into loving it and maybe talk yourself into buying it, which is all that way you can be a real collector. Does that make sense?
No.
So, yeah. So in other words, like they have to show you Grand Seikos, but don't just look at the Grand Seikos just to look and placate them. Actually learn about how great Grand Seiko is. So when you see 3 or 4 of them on the tray, you say, you know what? I'm going to buy one of these things. That's the way. See, that's the key. That's the ticket.
If you want to be a loser your whole life.
I'm just saying this is what the industry is telling you to do. You can either follow their very, very good advice or not. But
is that the key? Like if you avoid buying a Grand Seiko your entire life, you'll therefore be a winner.
Yes.
I like
literally.
I'll take it. It's a harsh truth. Harsh truth, guys. We're dealing it out.
If you're able to avoid Grand Seiko your entire life, it's sort of like avoiding kidney stones. It's like, good job.
Kidney stones can be very enjoyable experience for some people. So like you're poo-pooing like getting kidney stones like it's a bad thing, right? And that's the problem. Like most people are like looking at Grand Seikos and being forced to buy a Grand Seiko and having it shoved down your throat as a bad experience.
No. What I was doing, I was comparing the ownership and loss that you have of Grand Seiko once you buy it. I was comparing that to pissing sharp objects out of your dick because it's
See,
painful.
you just committed one of the don'ts. You
Yeah.
care about value.
Yeah.
That's a problem. See, like we don't want customers like you.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, we don't want people who are knowledgeable about gray market pricing. You're not a true collector. True collector wouldn't care about what prices things sell for in the secondary market because it doesn't affect the beauty of the watch. Let's say you go in and you look at a Tudor Royal, for 2,000. What should it matter that it's unsellable in the secondary market and maybe worth $200 or $300 in the real world? No, it shouldn't matter. You should just be forced to buy it and be open-minded and not consider it an investment. You're going to lose money. We want you to lose money on these things because that's how you can prove your worth as a broad collector. Boston Collector, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Happy afternoon.
Good day.
Happy afternoon.
Good panel. Thanks for jumping on. And are there any of the do's or any of the don'ts that you want to either take particular issue with or agree wholeheartedly? Listen, you're someone who's played this game very, very well. I think you would probably agree with all of these, right? You've brought in your fair share of pastries.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he probably. What about dinners?
What about dinners?
Well, they're not on the do list here. What do you think about dinners?
Well, if you have to set up a dinner, then you're doing the wrong thing. They should be setting up a dinner for you. So do go to a dinner if you're invited. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's a good one. Yeah, I mean, it's not on the list here. He didn't mention it.
Yeah.
But certainly, if you're invited to things like, for example, and
don't spit out the food and say this is slop.
That would be rude. So, I mean, for example, and this is a real world example, FP Journe occasionally invites people to events, and they say, "Listen, we're inviting you to an event every Tuesday for the next 3 years,
Forever."
Okay, and listen, we're gonna qualify you based on the fact if you attend every single one of them or not, and we're gonna count at the end of the 36 months or whatever it is, 156 things every Tuesday for the next 3 years. We're gonna invite you to a thing, and if you miss one of those, maybe you're being very, very rude, and you shouldn't be a member of you shouldn't be in the family of the brand. That's a legitimate thing. So I think your advice is important, Boston. If you're invited to something, you better go.
Yeah.
You better go.
There you go.
Yeah, like a Grand Seiko event with drums and
Grand Seiko events are actually pretty good.
GS9 Club events are excellent. You should definitely. It would be egregious for you to turn down an invitation to one.
The only problem with Grand Seiko event is that if they actually ask you which Grand Seikos you like after the event, you say, "Oh, I don't like Grand Seikos." That could be offensive.
No.
So you have to buy one.
You can't
if you
do
go
that.
to the event, they're assuming you like Grand Seiko.
But you should. Don't be so close-minded. Why not love Grand Seiko?
Grand Seiko. You have to love Grand Seiko.
Of course, love them, guys. They're
But you
good watches.
didn't refute Buckley's assertion that if you avoid Grand Seiko, you'll be a winner at life.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You either if you're going to a Grand Seiko event and you're showing any interest in Grand Seikos, then that's also bad. It's either all or nothing. You can't halfway. You can't halfway. That's the same thing with the brand.
I can't just say I like the dial, but
no.
Maybe it's not really for me. But
Dial. If you like the dial, you buy it.
Yeah, don't be disingenuous. don't make up nice things to say about the watch that aren't true. Just go all in,
right?
And say, you know what? I love Grand Seiko. I love Shinjitsu polishing. I love the dial that's named after the orange blossom. I love the shape of the case. I love the fact that it hangs way, way over my wrist span. I love
Someday
the clasp.
I want to go to Mount Iwanaki or something.
Iwanaki, yeah, that's a Japanese snow-covered cap.
It's my dream to go to Mount Fuji, so I'm going to buy the watch, and then someday I'll accomplish my dream. That's what a real collector does.
Mm.
Yeah.
I can't just eat the sushi.
No, definitely
I
not.
can't just go to the event and eat the sushi. Okay. That's why that year was pretty dry in terms of pickups,
Oh, yeah.
I guess.
Oh yeah, no. There's all kinds of missteps and problems with the AD.
Muhammad Ali. Beautiful green highlighted comment. Thank you very much. OC is right. I'm going to apologize tomorrow to this authorized dealer for not buying everything they suggested and only buying some of the stuff they wanted.
Yes.
Why do you think you waited 3.5 years? You weren't open-minded enough, Mohammed. Now,
True.
sure, you like in your mind, like, oh, well, I stuck to my guns. Yeah, but what did that get you? You waited and you waited and you waited.
Right.
Now, sure, you eventually got it because maybe you did some of these other things right.
Yeah.
Like maybe you pretended you were a nice guy, you pretended you were likable, blah blah blah. You know, so they fell for it. But you didn't do them. You didn't do as many of these things as systematically as you should have, and that's why you waited 3.5 years.
You know what's the problem with this whole list? What he's
a problem?
what he's actually telling people is this is what's a good customer. And
Yeah.
that's systematically opposed to being a good collector. Like there's no such thing as a good collector and a good customer. They're opposed because if you're a good collector, you only buy certain things. A collector doesn't buy everything. A collector only buys certain things. And a collector doesn't stick to one brand. They would rather somebody just stick to their brand. Like all of this
A well-rounded watch
Customer.
a well-rounded watch collector only sticks to one brand.
No, I said it's the
Is that what-
opposite. I said a
Okay,
good
the opposite.
customer sticks to one brand. Like they would love for you to only buy their one watch. If you go to your Rolex store and say, I'm only going to buy Rolex, I will buy every watch that you offer me. I will buy diamonds, jewelry, whatever you want. If you show me diamonds, I'm going to buy them. That's their ideal customer,
I
right?
differ. I beg to differ. I think they would prefer to have a customer that buys one Rolex as his 6th or 7th watch after buying the Nomos, the Bauman
No, no, no.
Mercier,
Yeah,
the Breitling, the
No.
IWC.
That
and the
also
Panerai.
applies. That applies too. But I'm saying you don't. If you go into Rolex and you say, "Oh yeah, I'm planning on getting an AP later this year," you're a collector. You're not a customer. From their perspective, it's like, "Oh, that's good for you because you're going to spend it over there," and they might offer you something to retain you, retention. But you're already out of their ideal customer zone.
I'm having trouble following. Buckley, do you understand this? I don't get it.
The ideal
I-
customer is gonna buy exclusively from that store. So say it's Wempe. You're gonna buy everything in Wempe. They offer
hear it.
you some watch, you're gonna buy that. They have a
What he's
Carlos
actually
Booker.
saying,
Yeah.
what he's actually saying is a Grand Seiko in the case and a Tudor Black Bay
Mhm.
are not collectible watches, and therefore by buying them just because, you're not a good, efficient collector.
No. No, what I'm saying is
No, what you're doing is you're insulting Tudor, and I won't stand for it.
no, I'm not. I'm really not. What I'm saying is
This is rubbish.
in our minds, we're all collectors, right? We're on the stream because we're collectors. But a collector, by fact of being a collector, is not the best customer for these brands. The brands do not like collectors better than a good customer. They would rather have good customers than a collector. But we assume in our head, well, I'm a big collector, I should get that watch. It's the opposite.
Right.
Is there anything more nerdy than someone having a fucking time grapher in their house?
Oh,
Yes.
Come on.
Yes, there is.
I've got too many watches, and they're going like some of them are hitting warranty, and I don't wear them enough to know if they're even in good condition anymore. So I just like, I'll just pay this thing, learn how to use
See,
it.
this is not. See, this is one of the don'ts. Don't be too wrapped up in warranties and how if does my watch keep good time or not.
Exactly. Another reason why watch collectors are not a good customer. Good customers
Listen,
don't even care if the watch tells time.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, if you walk into an AD and you mention the word amplitude, you should be fucking disqualified.
They don't
Okay?
even know. What that is.
I'm very aware of this. Like if I find a problem, I'm just gonna say something. I'm not sure if something is happening with my watch. I don't even know the words, but can you look at it?
It's better to not even say anything. Just hand over the watch, maybe and say,
Yes.
Is it how do you tell time on this? Or how do you wind it? Maybe by better.
Is this still good?
Most annoying customer in the world. My Rolex is 7 seconds off. It's supposed to be within 5 seconds. Can you send this back for service?
Yeah. Or I noticed
seconds.
I noticed the date changed at 12:01 instead of 12.
Oh God, no!
Within 5 seconds.
This is why this goes to the point on the don'ts, which is don't be a jerk.
Don't be a jerk face.
Don't be aggressive. That's very aggressive to come in and say
Very
like my watch doesn't keep good time.
Yeah. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares?
Yeah, who cares? Listen, if you're spending 20 or 30 or 40,000 on a luxury watch, and it's a big deal to you if it's 2 or 3 minutes off, you're not doing good proper time management.
If you don't want to be a jerk, if you get offered a Pepsi, you should be buying at least a $10,000 diamond necklace.
Yeah.
At
let me
least
just say, back to the time
just
thing
to
again.
be nice.
If you're rich and successful, if you're 3 minutes late to a meeting, that shouldn't fucking matter. They should be waiting for you at the meeting, whether you're 1 minute late, 3 minutes late, or 5 minutes late. So it shouldn't matter. So so you can be 3 minutes off. Now being 3 minutes early, that's probably an issue.
Right.
Guys, we have 65 people watching. It's the original OC channel. Please like the live stream. Let me see how many likes we have.
Is anyone on the edge of their seat to see if a brand new Pepsi is actually superlative chronometer spec?
No, no one.
But like I did this test before.
No one cares.
It didn't actually pass. Like I'm not kidding.
Well, Rolex is Chinese garbage anyway. We all know it.
Well, I mean, I've got my spreadsheet here, and you see all the reds? Those are all the fails. Mostly the Tudors are passing, not the Rolexes.
Is that a spreadsheet? Are you fucking kidding me?
You need to take 5 positions, 3 measurements for each position. So you're talking 25 measurements per watch. So yeah, you try to keep that all in your
You
head.
actually took the time to do this?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, dude! You need a new hobby.
No,
This is my hobby. This is my hobby.
Chronometer specialist.
You're actually doing this?
Mm-hmm.
You need to buy stickers. You need to buy stickers when the watch is passed that you put on the back of the case.
Right. Yes. Checked by Aussie.
Yeah.
Aussie QC pass.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're bringing in the ones that fail, you're definitely a bad customer. They're not going to like you at all. They are not going to like that.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Hey, I have taken in my watch to get like pressure checked. Like not all of them. Like the ones I'm about to take on holiday.
That's another level of nerd too. Is when you have your own pressure checker at home.
I'd love to have one at have one for home, but that's like the water one is just sort of a pain in the ass. I know it's much easier for them. But I mean, it can't be that bad asking. I mean, it shows that I'm literally taking them on holiday and I'm beating the shit out of them. I'm wearing them, not selling them.
They don't care. They don't care. They sold you a watch. They sold you a watch. That's it. Would you like diamonds
That's
with
true.
that? That's what they care about.
Diamond bezel? No diamond bezel.
Yeah.
Can't be doing too badly. Although, are you guys saying this is the end of my journey? This
There is no
timographer.
journey. There is
This
no
is
journey.
the end.
It's the beginning.
Do you
of the
take
end.
do you take
Yeah.
the information about the watches that are failing and you go back to the AD and throw it in their face?
Yeah, that's the plan. Like, hey, 7 out of my 15 Rolexes don't pass. What the fuck?
Okay, once again, rule number 1 on don'ts. Don't be a jerk. Don't be aggressive. So like coming in and like having these ridiculous expectations about what your watch, how it performs. What you just said 2 minutes ago, I actually took it into my 80 to get water pressure tested. Are you actually
Yeah.
kidding? Come on, man. Everyone knows these watches should stay far away from spray or mist. They shouldn't be anywhere near water anyway.
Mhm.
These are luxury men's accessories. Hey, we got Chili Badger in the chat. Chili Badger. Flamingo Blue highlighted comment. Time graphers should be on every nerd's dining table. No. Not on the dining table. On the credenza. Thank you, Chili
I
Badger.
got to jump at the top of the hour, so I just
Okay.
just a
Thanks for
heads
jumping
up.
on. Brian the Pipe, what's up? Brian the Pipe, how are you?
Well, let me tell you for two things. One, salespeople hate informed customers.
Yes.
They want dumb motherfuckers with a big black American Express card. Just come on in.
Exactly.
That's all they
Exactly.
want.
Mhm.
That's all they want. That's all a salesperson wants. Salespeople don't want collectors. They don't want anybody that's knowledgeable. They don't want anybody that knows more about anything than what they're selling. That's what salespeople want. Okay. And second of all, if I'm so rich that I can afford to, just be 3 to 5 minutes late for a meeting because it doesn't matter if my watch runs on time or if it's set correctly, and I'm so rich, I'm just walking in the store, and if I can't buy what I want, I'm out. I'm done. I'm not kissing your butt for anything. I'm too busy because I might be 3 to 5 minutes late to the next thing. So kiss my ass. I'll just go online and buy what I want. Thank you.
Yeah, it sounds like you are.
I gave up on the AD game. What was it? 13 months ago, 14 months ago.
Oh, really?
And
Your
then
attitude-
then I still got a Guinness at retail. So
your
What
attitude is
was
very hostile.
what was the watch that you were hanging on that you just decided they're not doing enough for you?
it was it was purely based off of the fact that I'd moved and that I knew my former ADs weren't going to service me the way that they said they were, and that they were giving me lip service as I went out the door for the last time. And, and I knew the games that the one AD had been playing. It's all off this list, and I just decided
I would never start again. Like if I had, whatever happened, I would never start this game again. I can't. Like, I don't have any of the starter pieces that I would be happy to buy again. Yeah, it just wouldn't happen.
Yeah, I came into the hobby on the secondary market. That's my nature. I quickly learned about the pre-owned market, and that's where I was. And I got hurt during the boom with not being able to get pieces because I didn't have the correct sales history with the brands and blah 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 blah, and it frustrated me for a while. And then I realized real quickly, and that's when I started setting my sights on the Patek 5980, was that I could kiss butt all up and down and make all these other ridiculous purchases and spend $30,000 or $40,000 extra just to try to get a watch at retail, or just go buy the watch. It was a break even. So
which is not why you are not a good customer. You are
I'm a terrible customer because first of all, I'm smarter than every one of the salespeople, and they're more knowledgeable about what they're selling than what they have because they've only been at it for 6 weeks because they keep quitting because they can't sell anything. So, yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Sorry, I got to go. Great topic.
Right.
Wait, before you leave,
Yeah.
Aussie.
Oi,
Oi, oi, oi.
Okay, there you go.
Catch you later.
Take care.
Listen. I annoy car salespeople too because I could go out and research the model and get as much info before I go walking in there. So
Yeah, that's different.
That makes
That's
sense.
different. This is
Not.
something where this should be more emotional. This is about artistry. It's about craftsmanship. It's about history. It's about the art of horology. Those are the
history.
things about which we should be the most concerned.
Well, I have the same problem on the pipe and tobacco world because I got into the knowledge and the background and the history of the pipes and the artistry of them and the historical significance of certain brands and styles over this brand and that style. And so there you go. And I'm also a terrible Disney art consumer because I know all about the artists and I know the ones that are just commissioned artists that don't really work for Disney versus the ones that have worked for Disney and have created original art that's been used in the parks and used in the movies and stuff. So I'm a terrible consumer. If you see me coming towards your business, run the other way. Isn't that right, Boston?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, let's play a game. Which one of these rules, which one of these don'ts have you violated
Oh.
the most? I'll go first. And actually, I'm going to point this at Boston. I will.
Oh, no.
I will say Boston has violated don't number 2 more than anybody else.
Don't two. Don't shop with multiple ADs.
Yeah. I mean, you instead of respecting the relationship that you have with one AD, you actually cheat on that AD with others.
Oof. That's a bold
And
accusation.
and how can we concentrate your purchases with one AD
Mhm.
when you're willing to buy watches from multiple ADs? That's
Yeah.
very, very
Not
disloyal.
ideal. Not ideal. Yeah.
And now that we're picking on
Not
Boston,
just a
Buckley-
few. Not just a few. It's a lot.
Yeah, not just a few.
violated-
22.
I
22.
violated 1 through 4.
I've done them all twice. And you know what? I'm going to do them all 3 times just for fun.
Yeah, just to show it.
I've done 1 through 4.
All right.
So Buckley, you're
not-
actually not
good.
delusional. You know, like, hey, there are other people that are far more successful. They're way richer, and there's no rational
Three
reason why I should
I
even
have-
think that.
I have zero relationships with anyone else, with anybody who shops at the same ADs I do. Except for one guy. There's only
What does that
one other
mean?
guy I know. I don't do groups. I don't do
It
any of
doesn't
that
do
shit.
great.
So you
Doesn't do
you don't walk into one of your 80s and go, shit. Theo from Theo and Harris
No,
just
never.
got a really nice Gerald Charles. How come
Never.
I don't get offered Gerald Charles?
Never. I don't do that. But 1
He
through
doesn't do
4.
that. He's a one-man band. He's a lone wolf.
I only violated number 1 twice, and it was with the same brand. You guys guess which one.
I've only violated.
No.
I violated
one of the worst
number
ones.
No,
Nope.
no.
I violated number 2
Okay, Buckley.
6, 7 times.
No,
Uh,
you just violated number 1 again by saying that you've only done it with one brand.
No, I've only done one brand.
You haven't gotten aggressive with brands?
Yeah, one brand.
You haven't gotten aggressive with Rolex at all?
No,
You sure?
I got aggressive with a Rolex CPO rep.
Okay, there we go.
Not the same. Not the same.
Maybe about a Pepsi?
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I've done it twice. Yeah.
Yeah,
And you've
I
lied to all of them.
Yeah.
Every brand.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I've done it. I've done number 2 twice. I've done
Okay.
number 1 I've done twice.
Yeah.
Number 2 I've done 6 times probably. Number 3 I've done multiple times with the same person at 2 different brands. And number 4 I've done that, but not in that way. I've never done it in the way that it's written.
Yeah.
By the way,
Hmm.
slightly off topic. Someone, as a matter of fact, a couple of people have reached out to me and discussed the fact that Theo from Theo and Harris, his videos fucking suck now. Have you noticed that? His videos are really, really bad. They've gotten really bad. So maybe like Theo, jump on the channel. Please explain to us your philosophy and video production kind of perspective. The link to the panel is drop the link. Theo, jump on, because they're not that bad, but yeah, people were saying that they're very, very bad. They're not the worst I've ever seen in the world, but yeah, they're pretty bad. They're pretty boring. Side ramble. Okay, sorry.
Yep. So you know how there's a formula for getting watches at retail?
Yeah, we just covered it right here.
So I actually have a formula. It's not in formula form though, but I've identified the key aspects to getting a watch at retail. If anybody's actually interested.
Absolutely, we are interested.
It's extensive.
Yep. And number one on the list is visit often, get to know the team. Number 2,
It's definitely on there.
Be open to new things. Be open-minded. Don't be closed-minded to buying different brands or brands that you may not like. You're too closed-minded about the brands that you don't like. You should like many, many brands. You should be transparent about your journey. You should be honest with them about how many watches you're willing to buy in order to get the watch that you want. Collect across a broad range of models. Don't just expect don't just expect to buy desirable models. You should buy plenty of other things as well. Be a well-balanced collector. And finally, help us help you by spilling your guts on exactly what it's going to take for us to sell you a bunch of stuff. And if you're not rich, just let us know right away so we can move on and sell to people who do have money. Do these tend to mirror or echo some of the things on your list?
I would never do number 5.
Never.
Never ever do number 5.
No.
Never do number 3. Never do number 3. 1, 3, and 4 are cool as long as you're doing it within a brand you like. Never buy another brand to get.
You mean 1, 2, and 4? 1, 2, and 4.
1, 2, and 4.
Yeah.
I would never ever do number 3 or number 5.
You should not be transparent with them. No. You should be secretive. You should hide what your true intentions are.
Yeah.
No, you don't have to hide, but you should never tell them. Why would you tell them what you're willing to do?
You don't have to hide, but just don't ever tell them anything.
Why would you tell them what you're willing to do?
Yes.
You how stupid could you possibly be?
How can they help you if you're not willing to help them by sharing?
No,
everything
actually,
about
I have told them what I'm willing to do. Kind of helps. It can help.
No, I would never.
Depends on what it is. Depends on what it is. You have to the problem. Okay, this is the problem. Most people think they have to be deceptive to get a watch, which is somewhat true. But at the same time, you also have to be open enough and communicative enough about who you are and your situation for them to actually give you that watch. You can't just be this like tight-lipped, closed book person, because they're going to be like, I don't even know who this person is. Why would I give them a watch? So it's like a balance between the two. I think some people err too much on the side of being like, deceptive.
See, this is your problem. You're trying to dance around some of these things, and you're playing fast and loose with the rules. You're like, oh well, maybe you should do this, but maybe not that. No. You haven't figured it out.
Me?
They have. Yeah, you. You
Me?
haven't.
I figured it out. I figured it out. I think I figured it out.
No, you haven't. You haven't.
Yeah,
because you're not following these rules explicitly and holistically. You can't cherry.
Who do you
pick
think gave him this list?
But you can give the list, but you have to follow the list. You have to follow these rules.
I gave him this list to throw off
religiously.
all those fools at HSNY.
For those of you who just joined, it's the original OC channel. We're covering
Yes.
the AD Game 101. This is a actual tutorial on the do's and don'ts of how to get super hot, super desirable watches at retail from the AD. This is a presentation, 75-page presentation that has been condensed to 2 slides. This was given by a mega industry insider a couple of days ago, and presented to the community, to a bunch of watch nerds somewhere, and we've condensed it and we're bringing it to you. So we're sharing the super secret tips and tricks and quirks about how to get the watches. Now, if you don't want to listen, that's your problem, but this is coming straight from the horse's mouth.
This is brainwashing, by the way. This whole thing.
Yeah, total
It's an
brainwash.
attempt to brainwash.
How dare you attack a trusted member of the industry by he went into a lion's den of
No,
200.
I was talking about you, OC.
Oh, me? What did I do?
You're just trying to get a watch at retail. You're polluting the community with your lies.
Don't shoot the messenger. This is what the industry presents as the ideal customer scenario. There are things to do. There are things not to do. Okay.
People are that paranoid that they think that you would deceive them with the list just so that you could get watches a little bit easier at retail.
No. Who's saying that? Is somebody in the chat saying that?
No, I just said that.
Okay. All right. You would. These are the actual paraphrasing.
Do you remember at the height of the market, it was literally that bad. Like literally watch collectors were turning on each other, like thinking that another person might be throwing them off by telling them something so that they could get the watch, not you.
Well, we know that you do that.
Ridiculous.
We know that you do that 100%.
I do have the formula though, if people want it.
Well, the formula will be available as part of the Boston Collector Academy, which will be available for $4.99.
Did you know that this group has things you can pay for?
Oh yeah.
That
Definitely.
if you're okay. If you're paying this group that conducts these seminars, to go to these seminars, you
don't sugarcoat it.
You're literally the worst that the watch community has to offer. I literally never want to speak to you. So if you're listening and you're one of those people, if you see me in public, don't say hello to me. I don't want to get any of your ick on my hand. You need to reevaluate. If you're paying, I saw some of the prices. $700
for what?
A fucking seminar?
This is extremely valuable and educational information, Buckley.
Yeah. This is the greatest con I've ever seen in my life. I wish I thought of it. Me and Ryan Singer. Ryan, if you're listening, let's conduct this shit at half the price.
Wait a second. People paid $700 to go to that event?
No.
Listen, there are people who don't want to invest in themselves. Okay, maybe people on this panel, they don't want to
in their collection.
They don't want to spend the time and energy to better themselves. Fine, but there are plenty of people who do. Okay, and they're willing to put their money where their mouth is.
Okay, so say you spend the $700, right, Buckley? You go to this seminar. You've gone over the do's and don'ts. You're crystal clear on them. Now you have the inside. You have the inside scoop, and you go to Material Good, and you get a Royal Oak. Was it worth it? That's the question.
No, because you have to be open-minded, which means when I hand you the code and say it's available, buy it. I mean, this is like...
Wait, he's feeding propaganda and you're paying for it? This is
I feel like the people that are part of this group are just outright stupid. I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah, the colony. I mean, there's no dumber group than the colony.
No. I think everyone knows the group I'm talking about.
All right. OC, where do you want me to send my my formula.
You can send it
Wait,
on
we need
what,
we need a large super chat though for this.
send it on what? Send it on WhatsApp. What kind of file is it? Is it a picture or is it a
doc file?
document? Yeah, just send it on WhatsApp.
There's
And I'll.
yeah, okay.
You don't want to PDF it first? Is it a Word document?
Yeah, no, I'll cut and paste it. It's not that long.
Are you
Well,
sure
it
you
is
want to
long.
cover this as a separate stream? Maybe some other time.
It's this topic. But if there's a big super chat involved, it's worth your time. It's worth your energy. Okay. WhatsApp.
Satan. Just look for Satan in your contact list.
Satan. Which one? Get a couple in here.
Yeah, just SAH-TAHN.
I got it. All right.
Watch Hustler University.
You're gonna have to copy it and paste it into something because this is not the best form.
I feel like I got to talk to Ryan Singer because we could do this shit at half the price.
Okay, this is not okay. Full disclosure, this is not the formula. This is just aspects of the formula.
To get the formulas behind
They're not weighted. They're not weighted. This I know somebody has to pay a super chat for OC
Yeah,
to
behind the paywall.
This is key insider information. And this is the formula that I use, the tried and true method to 10x your watch collection. Look at the rest.
10x.
You need to 10x your watch collection.
Yeah. 10x your relationship.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to give a seminar at HSNY.
I know.
Me and Rose, Paul, and Buckley could do a great seminar.
I don't even know
I'll go buy
what
my
acronym is.
fucking crossbody and penny loafers. Give me a minute. Hold on, give me a second. I gotta go get a size 38 jacket. 38 short. Hold on.
Who in this chat has a very long beard?
Does anyone have an Oxford wrinkled up button down I can fucking borrow with I want the buttons that button down to the shirt.
Whoa. Watch Trader Academy is $2,500. What are we doing, guys? I was about to give out all my information for free.
Yeah, forget that.
Somebody's got to pay up.
I think we should just do a separate stream because it's such an incredible formula.
Paywall stream.
Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do a members only stream.
Can we change this to members only and kick everybody out that hasn't ponied up? Can switch, right?
Well, almost everybody's a member, on this channel, almost everybody's a member, which is awesome. So
there's a few that aren't though.
Guys, become members because you never know when we drop this trademarked, patent pending Boston Collector formula, and we want to reward the people who are members. So become a member, guys, so we don't have to kick people out. That's rude.
Yep. Reminder.
But we will do it.
We're gonna do colony tote bags.
Yeah.
So you can hold your watch rolls in your tote bag.
I invited Buckley to this event. I'm like, hey, Buckley, would you like to go to this event? And I think I don't want to say what your answer was exactly, but something like, I would rather, and it was something really, really bad, than attend that event. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would rather be curb stomped. Is I think the response. I'd rather have my teeth curb stomped than go to that event.
But yeah, I think that's it. By the way, one more thing I want to share. I'll just changing topics just slightly. There are certain people in the community that had an opportunity to see some new 2025 novelties from Audemars Piguet. And as much as I like this watch, I'm going to say it looks better in this photo than it did in the photos that were taken live on the wrist of people who have actually seen the watch. Now, that puts me in the category of not being very open-minded. I will admit that. And that's a no-no, because I should be very open-minded. I should be like, you know what? I want to see the watch in person before I pass judgment. I
It
shouldn't.
looked good in person.
There you go.
That's
See,
all I'll say.
I was wrong. I was wrong.
And you can't get it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
See, Boston is smart because he knows that you shouldn't be closed-minded about watches. Because if you say
Beautiful
like, hey, there's
watch.
something about this I don't like, then how is it going to be easier for them to offer this to you and for you to pony up the $85,000 that it costs to buy it? It's going to be psychologically harder for you if you think there's something negative about this. So it's better for you to keep telling yourself, it's a good watch. I like this watch. It's a beautiful watch. I love this
Mhm.
watch. That kind of positive reinforcement is going to help you
Yep.
because then you'll
the
be
opportunity to purchase this watch.
exactly. It's not rocket science, guys. It's psychology. It's psychology. Why not reinforce yourself with positive messages?
It's true. Then if you have to buy a watch, then you'll like it.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's all
Exactly.
mental anyway.
It's mental. Why convince yourself that you don't like something?
Why
you
do you
don't like.
really like a Pepsi? Really?
Exactly. Why do you really like
Why?
it?
According to
Goes well with
Buckley,
pizza.
why would
Goes great with
anybody
pizza.
like a Pepsi? Really?
You get a slice of pizza, you get a Pepsi. Everybody knows that.
No, but why would anybody choose a Pepsi? It's all psychological.
Yeah,
People
personally
convince
had Dr.
themselves
Pepper
that they
today.
love the Pepsi.
I had two of the most beautiful slices of pizza today you've ever seen, and it
Mhm.
was with a small Dr. Pepper, and it fucking hit.
Yep. Earth shattering.
Oh, it hit. It hit.
Excellent.
I like that Manhattan trash.
Oh yeah.
How much is this AP going to be on the pre-owned market next year?
$86,000.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, that's retail. That's retail.
Pre-owned. Yeah.
I'm gonna go pre-owned, 55,000. Moda unworn, 65,000.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think it'll be a little bit higher than that. I think this is better. I like this better than the Star Wheel, even though the Star Wheel is a unique complication.
It's also a
I
lot
like
cheaper.
this better. Star Wheel is is it around 58, between 55 and 60, maybe 60. Let's call Star Wheel 60. This I think will be around 70.
I could be very unpopular and tell you that I don't like any of the Star Wheels.
I like the Star Wheel.
I don't like them either. It's not unpopular.
Well, you don't like
I love
chronographs.
the Star Wheel. It's a beautiful watch. I'd be lucky to have one.
See, positive reinforcement.
I'd be lucky to have one. Here, have a pastry.
Yeah, Moto was shut down today, by the way.
Really?
Facebook. Yeah.
Why?
Facebook terms and policies. They've been naughty
Oh,
again.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Holy shit, it is gone. I can't. I did a
Gonzo.
search for it. It's gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you relay that information to the mutual friend?
Yeah, there's a text.
Okay,
thread
yeah, I see.
chain.
There's a lot of messages there. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Wow, big news.
You know,
That's
every
huge news.
now and then we get a good. Whole Milk has always been a good troll. Always.
He's not even.
He's not even
He's-
a troll.
He's
just
not even a troll. He's so
normal person.
smart. He's so knowledgeable that you can't even compare him to a troll.
Okay, whatever. He's always been comedic, and
Yes.
he's always been very consistent. And this is fantastic.
It's funny though, but it could be real. You never know.
He's one of the OGs. He's always, he's never gotten too extreme.
What
and
are
he's
the what
never
are the
gotten-
chances? What are the chances that you actually know his identity?
Whole milk?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Very high.
Very high that you actually know who he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
what
think
is
he-
that? Is that the Mets? No. No, that's LA. I can't see the baseball team on the field.
Yeah. But there's no way this guy hasn't met us in person yet.
And I'm sorry, there's no way somebody named Whole Milk could root for the Dodgers. I mean, it'd have to be like Soy Milk or 1% or
Yeah, that's the Dodgers.
yeah. I think that's a fake avatar.
Trying to throw us off.
Hmm.
Good work. Nice try.
I forgot what was Whole Milk had a name before that. It was like something else milk, if I recall. I can't remember what it was, but
Oh my god.
I've been around like over 3 years. He was there from the very, very beginning, even
Ah,
before.
Okay.
Oh, the Royals.
Yeah, there
you
you go.
bring up-
All right,
Can you
Midwest.
bring up?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
the
I
Royals.
saw the Mets in there. I don't know where the Mets are in there.
Royals. Wait, Kansas City? Mm.
Oh, it's Double Crown.
Mm.
Double crowns.
Mm.
I doubt it. Highly doubt it. This guy knows watches. Not
Can
like
somebody
Double
bring
Crown.
up Cloud Ken's comment? Not his latest one, but the one before.
Sure, whichever one. You,
Now we can't show motor prices at the AD.
Oh,
What did he say? What did he say to the AD?
I-
How many more dogs do I have to buy until you give me some
imagine showing an AD motor prices like motor group.
there's
That
no
would be-
evidence. There's no evidence that he did that.
That would be
Well, can I tell you guys something?
all time. All time.
You're actually two of you already know this story, but Brian probably doesn't.
And I'm old enough that I'd probably forget it anyway.
I brought when I had my little pissy fit war with AP in 2023,
The War of
I brought-
2023.
end of 2023. I brought the code to a Rolex authorized dealer because they buy pre-owned watches and sell them.
Yep.
As many do. Not Bucherer, it wasn't a CPO, so get that out of your mind. Just a small Rolex dealer. And the owner of the AD, when I showed it to him, said, "Okay, let me take a picture of this and see what I can get for it in my dealer group."
Mhm.
If you can't put together how that's all sorts of fucked up, I don't know what to tell you.
That's
Okay,
normal.
wait. Whoa. Back up. Just say that one more time.
I brought a watch in to a
Mhm.
Rolex authorized dealer. and
AP watch.
The owner of the Rolex authorized dealer said,
Oh,
"Let me check what I can get for this in my dealer group."
yeah, that's terrible to say in front of a customer. You're supposed to go to the back room and do that.
To the fact that there are owners of Rolex authorized dealers in dealer groups
Mhm.
should shock everyone.
Why?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
You're
but it's
cute.
good.
You're so young and cute and naive. I love.
Oh
you.
no, I'm not naive, Brian. I can tell you some shit off. I know all about it. I'm just saying, as customers that are being told this horse shit of do's and don'ts on the screen, this absolute fucking jabroni burger
Yeah.
that they got this fucking bullshit seminar from.
Yeah.
The shit they feed us versus what actually goes on.
Yeah. Yeah. Some of these ADs, it's like getting your colonoscopy done with a fire hose.
Take it easy. I know someone that might be into that type of thing.
It's okay. I didn't say it was bad. I just said it was.
God.
Brian, have you ever had a tobacco enema?
No, but that's where the term blowing smoke up your ass comes from, because they used to do that to try to cure some digestive stuff back in the 1600s and 1700s.
Hey, CQ.
What's up,
What's
CQ?
going on, gang? How you doing?
Not too much. We are covering you just jumped on. The topic for today is the do's and don'ts of getting super hot, super desirable watches at retail from the AD. The AD Game 101, a tutorial. This is a lecture
Oh,
that was
wow.
given a couple days ago by a mega industry insider.
Oh,
And
how
he
was
shared-
that?
Great. It was fantastic. And he gave all the secret tips and tricks on how to get watches at retail to a huge audience, at
Nice.
a private event. And we took that 75 slide presentation, distilled it into 2 slides, and now we're sharing all of the hidden secrets with the watch community.
Was this Jenny L's husband and his 78 way method of the class that he was offering?
No, but
I
these
don't
are
believe
these are common sense rules of what to do and what not to do. And if you adhere to these, then ADs can do a much better job, be far more successful in helping to get you the watches that you want.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a pretty good list to me.
It's a very good list. Like, for example, be open to new things, be open to other brands. Let's say you come in and you're asking, and you're very myopically focused on Rolex or Patek Philippe. Not, you should be like, listen, you should be thinking, you know what? Nomos is a great brand.
Sure.
Yeah, Bulgari is great. Maybe Tudor, the Tudor Royal is a good watch. Maybe a $40,000 or $50,000 Breitling or a $40,000 IWC. Look, why be so close-minded and not be open-minded to many different things? That's the joy of collecting. You want to be a good customer, be very, very open-minded.
OC, how about somebody that bought 4 Norcanes at retail from the same AD?
That is a great customer. Someone who is a true collector.
And then gets a fire hose up the backside.
Well, I think. Sorry, you keep saying it, so now I have this image of like the fire hose. Is it like an older style fire hose? Is a more modern one? There's a lot of things going on in my
very narrow one, but with high pressure.
No, old dirty one with the big long brass connector on the end of it.
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking.
You must read Hodinkee.
In 2025, ladies and gentlemen, mostly gentlemen in this chat, no reason to take a fire hose up the butt. Unless you really, really enjoy that thing, then please do, right? I'm not here to tell you, how to do your kink or anything like that. But I think most of these items on this list, what's the last item that help us
help you by telling us everything. So in other words, don't keep secrets from us. Tell us everything about you so we can really understand if you can really afford to be on the journey.
So this is
otherwise you're wasting your time.
So this is a dicey subject for me. Not that dicey, but like it's polarizing. Let's say that as a salesperson, I don't really like interrogating you. I don't need to know 10,000 things about you. But as a manager of salespeople, it's hard to know if somebody brings me Fred. How do I know Fred is a good salesperson? I mean, Fred is a good client, or somebody who's not a flipper, right? I can't get into it, but I just spoke to some people, whatever. But I just heard some situation of some dealers who got some safety things and maybe some robberies and stuff that went down that could have been super prevented by just some opening questions, figuring out who you're talking to, especially if you're talking about high value watches. Saying that, if you're buying a Rolex from me, I shouldn't need to shake down and know, did you get a PhD or did you just get an associate's or anything like that? But I don't think it's wrong to like, hey, I'm CQ, I'm from the islands, I'm watches. If you want to give them a little bit of your industry, you don't need to. I think the great thing about watch communities now is you could just say, hey, I'm with Red Bar or I'm with CP Time or whatever group. And usually now that's enough of a qualifier to kind of let you in the gate without having to do the full, hey, this is the LinkedIn. Of course, listen, if you walk in and you want to buy a big boy Patek as your first piece or a big boy anything as your first piece from an AD, you got to let them know who you are. Just because the world's too small now, there's too many people who are flippers. I got to kind of know who you are from Adam before, if I sell you something semi-special, let's say that.
Right. So I think CQ is agreeing with all of these. Boston and Buckley, Brian.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything. To me, it's always been very, very easy to get watches if you have patience. The problem is most people don't have patience, especially like, a lot of people who can afford things like this, your entrepreneurs or your high level people, blah, blah, blah. You don't want to wait. You want to get it right now. And that's where all the games come in. If people are just willing to be patient, forge real relationships, I've seen people at every level get the ultimate pieces. I know somebody who just got a what you call it, the new Daytona, the new Le Mans, not $1 million a year spender, but just a really good guy who knows how to connect people and has forged a really good relationship with one authorized dealer. You know, maybe two, but really focus on one primarily. So it just helps when you're loyal, you know.
If CQ was a really good client advisor, he would have never let a client buy a Laurent Ferrier for $21,000 instead of spending the $3,000 more for an FP Journe Chronomet Souverain. He would have never let that happen.
Who knew? I couldn't listen. Let me tell you something. I'll be 10 million% honest. Right?
Every time you show up on here, that's all I think about.
Listen, if I knew, right? Let me tell you something. I would have sold bricks out of my trunks to buy every Journe that we had. I would have found a way. I'd have had the whole Caribbean community running drugs just so I could buy all the FP Journes and like just become the king of Journe. You know, if I knew, I would have helped you. You're one guy, I like you, so I'd have gave you a tip before I made a move. Hey, you know, I'm about to move, make sure you grab something. But beyond that, you know, it is what I wish somebody, even on the Elegantes, it didn't tell me. Oh my God, I could have had just a bunch of Elegant. Imagine. Oh my gosh, you could have bought Elegantes at $8,500, $9,500, $10,500, $12,500, $14,500, even up to $23,000, and you're still making bread today. Insane world we live in.
Terrible.
Not my fault. I want to make it up to you one day, I promise.
Okay, but I'm still blaming you.
It's okay. I'll take the point.
Okay.
Let you have a chance to CQ review the list of don'ts here and either elaborate on them or to critique them. But first, I want to mention that Dear Artifacts says the number one rule for getting what you want in life, whether it's watches or otherwise, is be likable. And how can you be the most likable? By being rich and successful and being open to buying anything that the AD wants you to buy. I think that's the definition of likability. I mean, to be very likable by not causing a confrontation. When they show you a $40,000 Breitling, are you going to do the impolite thing and say you don't like it, or are you going to be likable and say, you know what? Say, you know what? You're right. Thank you for showing me this. Do you take Visa or MasterCard? That's what you should be saying. That's how you prove your likability.
Yeah, you don't even ask the price.
Why ask the price? Number one is don't be aggressive.
That's what poor people do. That's what poor people do. Is they ask for the price.
Why would you be so aggressive as to ask what the price is?
If you're asking for the price, it means you don't really like the watch.
This is true.
Maybe you're not a legitimate collector. You know, if you have a problem with pricing.
Yeah.
I think the number 4 is a really, really important one, CQ. I think I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Never, ever, when you're going into the AD, indicate that you know anything about pricing or anything about watches as it relates to value. That's the kiss of death.
I don't think so. I think, listen, you know,
what?
No, hear me out. I think savvy people, smart people who are likable, you have to combine a lot of things. You can be savvy and be likable and achieve your goals. You cannot be a savvy, smart ass in there, you know, knowing everything. Oh, I can get it at a better price. I can do all this and expect for anybody to want to help you, right? Because when I get one of those clients, that means that, okay, maybe if I work hard and rub his leg a little bit, I'll get a deal done. But then I don't want to do a deal with him again. I don't want my day to be dealing with frustrated people. You know what I mean? And most sales associates, especially like in a good AD, is the same thing. It's like, I don't want to deal with people who are mad at me and I don't even know you. It's one of the worst feelings, I'll be honest with you. Is like, I never met you. I don't know who you are. I said hello. And after I said hello, you just you hate me because you can't get the Daytona, you can't get the Nautilus. I'm just trying to sell you a watch, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I'm here to educate you, but there's certain things we can't control. And I think that's like the number one thing that's a pet peeve to any like real good SA who can really help you out and get you what you want, is when you come in there and it's like, listen, I know Moda, I know this, I know that, blah, 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 blah. Listen, you could come and say, hey, listen, I know the game. I've been around watches for a while. I've been collecting. I understand I need to spend X and X to get this. I just want to have a real conversation. Unless, I'm new to the area, whatever your excuse. And you say, hey, I just want to have a real conversation to see, what's really achievable. When you do that, and I've helped many clients do that, you just get honest answers. Hey, okay, you gotta listen. This is this type of market. You're gonna have to spend this, or do you like this? What does your wife like? You start to get, maybe they're not gonna be very plain, but they'll give you some form of what you gotta do. But when you go in with like, I know more than you, it just, because to be honest, there's very few people know more than me. You know what I mean? Like, not to speak out of turn or anything like that, but I just been doing it so long. So when somebody comes in and they quote me Moda prices and they don't even know the people on Moda, they've never met those people, they don't know how to verify their watches, why would I even consider the price that you're talking to me about? But if you do it in the right way, you say, hey, listen, I look at Chrono 24 all the time, and I sold and traded a few watches. I spoke to my friends at the Watch Colony, and CQ said this is a great price. Then they're like, oh, okay, he knows what he's talking about. He doesn't want to be a dick. He just doesn't want to get taken advantage of. And I think those two approaches are just so different. And you really it sounds so stupid and so like simple, but if you just be nice, I've seen nice people with very, very little money come out with amazing watches just because like you can go to your manager and be like, come on, OC's a nice guy. OC sends us Christmas, or texts us for birthdays and stuff like that. And if you got a good SA who likes you,
if you want to get any watch at retail, do not mention OC. Chances are you'll be blacklisted.
Kiss of death.
Pretty quickly. Kiss of death.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if you say the Colony, they'll think, oh, well, this guy's so dumb and gullible that he might be a perfect ideal customer.
It might help. It might help.
Yeah,
but
that
I
might
do
help.
that. Like if you don't feel comfortable, like doxing yourself with somebody, you can just say, hey, listen, I'm a part of a bunch of different watch communities. Just let them know like you're a savvy person. But like if you don't have to do it if you don't feel like it. But if you have a LinkedIn already that anybody else can see,
I gotta take issue with what you just said. Like you don't want to present yourself as too savvy. I think being too knowledgeable means that you might be rigid in your philosophy, in your watch collecting strategy. Why not just be more malleable?
Fluid.
Why not just be
Gender fluid.
more fluid? That's a great word. More fluid, and don't give them too much. Don't give them too much criteria. Just like,
Right.
you know what? Hey, I'm here. I know you guys sell stuff. Let's see if we can.
All right, hold on. I want to cut through the bullshit. CQ, what's the craziest shortcut you've ever seen or participated in with a customer? Shortcut meaning purchase history and time.
In the third person.
From the AD.
There's no
From the AD.
like in terms of if you spend, listen, if you're gonna spend $500,000, I'll find a way to get you whatever you need to get.
No. What's the
that's
shortcut?
what I mean. I mean, you can have someone come in who's the nicest person in the world, and genuinely, the only watch they want is a 5811. You cannot give them a 5811.
No.
So that's not happening. But what I mean is, along that spectrum, what's the craziest shortcut you've ever seen? Why did it happen? Why did the shortcut happen?
For me, like, the thing about me, I'm a big champion for my clients, right? Wherever I go. So I'm like, when I used to be a kid, everybody used to call me very, very annoying, to be honest with you. And as I've been older, that trait has turned into persistence. So for me, I can only speak from my experience. When I, interact with a client who I see is a true collector, is somebody who's really going to be with me for the long run, right? Who's going to be able to support me and help me out. I'm willing to wage wars to make things happen. Now, the tools that I need to wage that war, you got to have some type of spend, or you have to be willing to wait a very long time, right? You have to have one or the other. Also, if you're willing to buy, let's say if I worked at some place that sold, pre-owned pieces or whatever, if you're willing to buy some really funky, crazy things that nobody else wants to buy, but you truly, truly want to buy those watches, all of that gets to go into the conversation when I'm talking to my manager.
I love that CQ's validating the rules. He's
validating. So let me give you real
purchase history and buying shit and learning to love stuff that you don't think you
It's
learned?
that. Hey, listen, you have to have.
Hold on.
Go
I
ahead.
want to ask Barry, because I think we had a talk before with a couple of people about understanding if you're being delusional or not. So I'm going to ask you a very direct question. You could just say
Sure.
yes or no.
Sure.
Have you seen people who collect Patek?
Mhm.
Have you seen in the last 5 years, 6 years, a Nautilus as a second watch from Patek? Have you seen it happen?
In the last 6 years,
Let's say 4 years, 5 years since
no,
COVID,
no, not
2020.
not in the last, not in the last, not in the last 4 or 5 years. Before that, I have seen that happen
Okay.
before.
Have you seen it as a third watch?
I've seen it as a third watch before. Yeah.
Okay, which Nautilus have you seen as a third watch?
Listen, you know, I've
Oh,
seen.
well, hold on. Okay, get a specific example in your head. You don't have to go into total detail, but we want to know the spend history with that AD apart from Patek.
It would be,
right?
it would be
But-
beyond Patek.
Yeah.
It'd have to be huge, right? No matter what other, like, even like,
Yeah.
let's talk about the Caribbean. I want to talk about other places.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, even then, even in the Caribbean, which at one point was you could have walked in and
Right.
bought a Nautilus as your first watch. Forget second or third.
Yeah.
You just pointed to it, and you just put the credit card out and I swiped it, right? So even then, like when I left there like 2016ish, even like 2014, 2015, it couldn't be the Nautilus, right? That couldn't be your first watch. You had to, like, you know,
Yeah.
at least you shopped around, or like somebody could verify you at Patek. But the spend didn't really have to be heavy to get pieces, right? It just had, again, it's like, it really, weird. I know it sounds so weird, but it comes down to like who you're talking to. If you're talking to a manager, a boutique director, or something like that, you will get a lot of, you know, kind of clear direction. If you're talking to a sales associate, it really kind of depends how that sales associate is liked and their hierarchy. So even like if I tell you with my guys, they're able to get this, this, and this, a lot of that is because I was there hammering the people. You know what I mean? And like, you just kind of get rid of me, and then you kind of get a watch. So I've heard situations. Today is just a different time. It is the real.
It's not going to get any better with Patek or
No.
with AP or with
No.
Jorm. It's not going to get any better. The reason why I'm asking you this is we're trying to. There are people that are trying to get stuff, but we're trying to get real answers, and we're trying to not waste time.
Oh,
right?
well, okay, go ahead.
They very often, these ADs won't tell you no. So of course, if you have a Patek or a Rolex that shares the room with a whole bunch of jewelry and pens and whatever the fuck, you're in a different situation. But let's pretend for a second you can deal with boutique, a situation where it's boutique only, kind of like Govberg in Miami, right? Or you know, AP House, whatever, right? What does Patek want to see you do before they give you some of the stuff that's super desirable, like Aquanauts and Nautiluses? Like, forget about if Govberg wants you to spend $1 million in jewelry. Forget about that.
Yeah,
Patek doesn't care about what Govberg wants. Patek cares about what Patek wants.
exactly.
What does Patek want to see?
They want a collector who's going to be a lifelong Patek collector, right? There's no hard, fast rules. The only rules are, I think, for applications, you have to buy at least 5 pieces or something like that. But beyond that, there's no hard and fast rules on when, and, you know, of course, at a certain level, like you go into grand complications, your name has to be sent up and floated around just to make sure you're like a verifiable person and you haven't done any bad things, you haven't been blacklisted. But, you know, it's up to that boutique director, that manager, that owner to send the name up, you know what I mean? Or to decide, hey, I only have, and the real issue here is there's not unlimited watches. So this is your bigger issue, right? If I only have 5 58, oh my God, if only have 2 or 3 5811s, I got to really think heavy about who I'm going to give that watch to. And that's just kind of the situation. And it's going to go to 2 people, right? Either somebody who spends a lot with me, or somebody who's just an amazing champion of my business and of me, right? I know it doesn't sound fair, but for a piece like that, that's what it's going to be. Now, if you want a Calatrava, if you want a 5212, if you want pretty much anything else, It's very, very doable. I hear people getting all type of watches without having to spend crazy. But if you're gonna go, you're digging for gold, right? So mining gold has never been an easy task, right? So that's what you have to look at. Like if I'm going for 5811, if I'm going for Royal Oak, I am unfortunately in 2025. You're going to a very tough task, and me as an AD giving you a watch, it sounds so weird, but I'm giving you a gift, right? If I give you a 5811, if I give you an Aquanaut or whatever, I'm giving you a gift you can immediately turn for profit. It didn't used to be like that when I first get into it. Like me even saying that sounds like ugly and it just makes you want to throw up. But I've seen it. I've seen guys that I fought for, and I was like, please, 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 get this watch for this guy. And I tell the guy, hey man, like I'm putting my everything on the line for you here. Don't flip it on me, please. Of course, CQ, come on, you're my guy from the islands, blah, blah, blah. Within a week, I'm getting called into the manager's office. What's going on with this guy? I thought you said this guy was a great guy. So even me personally, at my AD days, it made me stop vouching for new people, because it's like, and it happened to me a few times from Patek, from Rolex, and it's just like, not worth it, because you're betraying, you're putting my career at risk for like, sometimes only $1,500. I'd give you the, we could work it out. You know what I mean? I could, if you're down that bad, but for me to do that, and no, it's not worth it. And this is just happening so much across the industry that now you have SAs who just, hey, who are you? What's your LinkedIn? So now the experience is just a little icky.
Yeah.
We have Fella in the chat who says, this has been an awesome 2 hours of common sense. I disagree with you, Fella. This has been 2.5 hours. We've been on for 2.5 hours.
Yeah. The reason why I'm asking is some people think that with patience you can achieve anything. I don't think you're not cutting the 5811 line with no sort of history of any kind. It's not possible.
One of the pointed questions 2 nights ago, and someone asked it point blank of this mega industry person, was, is there any way around purchase? It was the shortest question. Is there any way around purchase history?
And what he said.
And he tried to dance around it with some of the things like, yeah, there's many factors, likability, this, that, and the other. If you're a celebrity, he kind of joked, like, obviously, if you're a celebrity walking in, they might have a watch for you. But ultimately, and you said it too, CQ, it's about either your purchase history or your lifetime customer value going forward. There's no kind of escaping that. You have to have those things.
Because again,
maybe you don't have as much of it as somebody else. Maybe it doesn't have to be 1 million. Maybe it can be less, but it can't just be nothing. It can't just be
No.
Now you can be somebody who refers a lot of clients to somebody.
But if you're referring clients, you have to be a good customer already. You can't just be.
No, well, I don't think so. No. I think there are many people who are, let's say you work in a big corporate. I'm just gonna say like Facebook or something. You work in a big tech company, and you just happen to be that watch guy, right? The same. And everybody loves you. They know, like, hey, CQ's a watch guy. You gotta, he's a nerd. And I'm always like, hey, go see OC, go see OC, go see OC. If I do that enough, and if my bosses and enough whoever spend with OC, you'll take care of me on a good watch. It doesn't matter the watch. If it makes sense,
Yeah, but I think in that case, purchase history is being credited to that person. It's being associated with that person.
Hey, but
if those people never bought watches, and
Right.
you referred a bunch of tire kickers and looky-loos over, then it wouldn't carry the same weight.
For these type of watches, yes. If you're talking like we're talking like 5811s and big, like it's there are a lot of ways to compound just your spend. I think the real way is to just be a good person.
Ken in the chat, I used to make them think I would refer Chinese clients to them. It doesn't work anymore.
You know what's so funny about that? You could have, in my beginning career, you could have got me with that every day, Ken. Every day, because the mainland Chinese were like, they just show up and just buy all the pack. I could cry. Oh my God, I could cry right now. They just show up, and it was the first time using like Google Translate, and they're just pointing at this Patek. So I'm thinking, they want either this Patek or either that Patek. And so I'm taking one, I'm pulling, and they're like, what are you doing? I'm like, what? Oh, I'm sorry. I was I was reminiscing to a big check just now, but yeah, that used to be great. A great way to do it. Even in some place like the Middle East, there was for a long time mainland Chinese visitors would all go to one tour group, right? And if that tour group would direct people to certain businesses, of course, the person who connected that would receive a lot of benefit, you know. So there's a lot of different ways to skin it. Money is involved because, again, you're receiving money. It doesn't seem like it because you want to wear it and you want to enjoy it, but it's all fun and games until I tap you on the back and say, do you want 50 grand profit right now? And all you gotta do is give it to me. You don't gotta like do anything funny, no Harvey Weinstein or nothing like that. You just give me the watch with the box, the papers, I send you a wire. And the strongest of men and ladies have just handed that watch over and forgot the relationship, years and years of blah, blah, blah. They don't care. It's a watch, you know?
Huge highlighted comment from Chalk Flew Up in Los Angeles. Or you're close, you're in Chalk there. $10 highlighted comment. Good discussion. $700 check is in the mail. That's the cost for the Boston Collector Academy training course. Yeah.
That's a solid price. It's not too bad. I hear a lot of people are doing courses these days.
You're not going to find better advice than you're going to find on today's show, which is basically the 80 game 101, the do's and don'ts of watch purchasing, how to get the best watches from the AD immediately, and just follow these simple rules.
Yep, it's easy.
It's easy. It's just like
Very
do the stuff, don't do the
Yep.
stuff that's on the don't list, and you're all set. If anyone has a problem with it, jump on the panel. It's an open panel today. Link is pinned at the top of the chat.
The proof is in the pudding.
CQ, where is the Cubitus falling these days? Are they treating that as a Nautilus?
Somebody just asked me for one. Somebody just asked me for the platinum one. I think the platinum's staying steady. They're slowly falling down. I don't think they're such a polarizing watch. I didn't really expect them to do super crazy on the market there. Look at that. There's a bunch of them available, at least for the 5822P.
500.
Yeah, 155 to 160.
Yeah, but where are you?
For the
Are
steel.
you seeing that the customers that are bringing them to you and getting them are these VIP customers or are these like secondary watch people?
So I haven't I haven't traded enough to really give you a good sample size.
Okay.
The couple that I've passed through, I didn't know they would have been VIPs because I got them so early that those would have been from VIPs. But I imagine, listen, I think if you already have one or two Pateks, you can get a time only or a two-tone. You can get a two-tone one for sure. I think the green dial, you probably could squeeze them for a green. I just don't know. I don't think anybody's really like, charging the door down. There's 37 58 22Ps on Chrono 24 right now, which is their most complicated one. So you think even this, it won't be that much available. I think many people got them just to flip. But yeah, from what I know, from the first round, of course, VIPs, but I don't think this is going to be a VIP watch. I think this will be, if you have a couple of Pateks, you can ask for this, and if you wait a little bit, they'll get it. I think they want to make this a new Nautilus as well, so just they'll produce a little bit more.
Okay, just curious. Like I said, we have a lot of people that are in the Patek AP game right now, and unfortunately, essays don't say the word no when they should.
Yes, I agree.
They don't give direction, so some people could spend years of their life waiting around for something that's never.
Has this changed your mind at all, Buckley, about the ability for you to play the game at Tiffany and Co, or you've got nothing to lose, really? Yeah. So,
based on what he said, I think I'm within boundary of what I'm trying to do.
Wait, are you? You have a spend at Tiffany? Is what you're saying?
I have a Patek from Tiffany. Yeah, I never bought anything from Tiffany store though.
I'd keep that because I think the Tiffany LVMH connection is a very, very interesting one, and some interesting opportunities in the future might pop up depending on what you like. But I think I like that connection that there's Tiffany. I don't know if you like the LVMH watches, but I think there's things to be leveraged there in the future. So that's not a bad connection at all.
Interesting.
There's always, there's always a back door in, right? Because imagine all the people who are huge Tiffany collectors, all of a sudden, boom, they got opened up to they're immediately high-end LVMH clients now. They don't have to buy a bunch of tambours to get the other stuff and things like that. So there's always a benefit. To me, like, what was the rule here? I don't know which one. Be loyal. Be wherever you go. Be loyal. If you're in a big market, find a smaller market by your cousin or your mother-in-law or whatever, and be loyal to that dealer. But it just goes. It goes really, really long. And small dealers turn into big dealers, and big dealers can shrink as well. So you gotta watch both sides.
It's on the don't list. Don't shop with multiple ADs or take advantage of different ADs to play them against each other.
Don't do that.
And this is very good advice for Buckley, because I know that he'll be in the market very soon for a Daniel Roth Tourbillon.
Yeah, right.
And he will want to take advantage of his broader LVMH relationship to eventually secure that piece. So very good advice, CQ.
Yeah, you never know, man. Those get like the cheaper Daniel Roths might be interesting for like a long-term hold.
CQ, what's the most ADs you've ever heard of somebody being connected to?
Well, I know people who travel around the U.S. and there was a time, when before social media, and still to this day, people who travel for work who have relationship with ADs on the Northeast, ADs in Texas, ADs in the West Coast, and sometimes they find success doing that. The issue is that you don't get concentrated spend anywhere, and then you ended up flying to pick up this from there, when you could have just compounded all of that spend. The only caveat I'll say to that is if you travel, make relationships with, like, if you go to the Caribbean a lot, pick one island that you love, make a relationship with those guys. During the summertime, those guys will hit you up. They need to sell watches. They will take care of you if you take care of them and if you remember them. Same thing if you travel to Europe often. I know so many people who used to, I don't know often now, but they would get success traveling to the Geneva Salon with Patek. And just like, I know one guy brought his son and sent him a little letter and, hey, my son's coming and got a watch. So don't be afraid to, if you travel somewhere regularly, be a common face. Don't be afraid to be a common face, even for 5 minutes, just to say hi and don't buy anything. Nothing wrong with that.
Is 40 too much? Or is that
Jesus, Boston?
No, listen, you can have as many ADs as you want, but people should know that, like, the world of dealers and ADs is very small. So it's easy for them to communicate with each other, and then when you're found out to be a little loose in the sheets, then nobody wants to dance with you. That's what happens. Because it's all money at the end of the day, right? But then when a world where there's so much people who can give you money, if you're selling certain products, that you choose who you work with. See, the thing about in the Caribbean, you just worked with whoever walked in. There was no choosing. There was no there's a little bit of clienteling, but it's like whoever walks in. In the US, it's a way different story.
By the way, CQ, I don't know if you saw this.
You always drop interesting things on me. Let's see.
No, but we did do a couple of days ago on this channel. We did, hold on, let me see here. Couple of days ago on this channel, we did a review of this video, which is the interview with Oliver Mueller, who is the guy at Lux Consult that compiled all the data for the Morgan Stanley report.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And in that report, there were some interesting tidbits like this. For example, wasn't sharing my screen. And like, this is the breakdown according to the Morgan Stanley report of the AP product mix. This is by revenue, the percentage of revenue of AP's product mix driven by each collection. So the interesting figure is obviously 13% of their revenue being driven by the code. And if you assume that the code has kind of a relatively low transaction price compared to Royal Oaks and Royal Oak Offshores and Concepts, that means that it probably represents even a larger percentage of units.
Yeah.
So if they have 50,000 units approximately, and 13 or let's say 15% of the units are codes, that means that was 7,500 codes. Seems like a lot of codes, right?
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing with the code was, I believe they wanted the code to represent at least 35% of their production. That's what they said when Francois was leaving and he made the big announcement. So it doesn't. The most surprising thing about this chart is like everything is Royal Oak, and it's like if I was running this business, I would see this chart and like it gave me goosebumps because it's just like, you know, if I was consulting them as a brand consultant right now, I'd say, what's going on? You know, it's all Royal Oak.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
It's I don't know. It's one trick pony. How much tricks does a pony have?
But they're trying to fix that by introducing the code. So like,
okay, you're right.
So I mean, but and in the Morgan Stanley report, I think they said that AP now wants to get to 20 to 25%. But isn't that wrong? Isn't that the wrong strategy for them right now? Shouldn't they be? I'll take the Buckley position. Shouldn't they be actually making the code harder to get relative to demand? So
Yes.
if because right now the code is 10, 15,000 less in secondary, which means that demand that supply far exceeds demand.
Yes.
Shouldn't they be reducing the production supply to be closer to demand so then people can see that, oh, you know what? Instead of losing 20,000 in secondary, I'll only lose 5,000 if I buy a code. Therefore, make it slightly more desirable. So then people, I mean, because if I like the code, and there are plenty of people who like it, they don't want to be hit theoretically with a $20,000 hit for buying a code chronograph right out of the gate. You drive it right off the lot. Instead of being worth 50, it's worth 30. They don't like that. But you know what? If it were worth 40 or 42 in secondary, you know what? Now I might be more inclined to actually pull the trigger on a watch that I actually like. So why can't they? Shouldn't they be reducing the production and allowing customers to see the prices going up in secondary to create an effect of more people being interested in it?
I think so. I think the right way would be to do exactly what you're saying and make this the harder piece to get to.
Then don't complain that the Royal Oak is a one-trick pony, or that they should actually have 90% of their sales 95% concentrated in Royal Oak.
Well, so where my complaints come from is that, you know, the business had so much variety before, and now you just kind of turned it into like a one-trick pony.
But variety that doesn't sell isn't variety.
No, listen, the millinery sold. You know what I mean? Listen, they didn't run off the shelves, but when did things? Listen, I remember discounted them all. I remember all the hot pieces got discounted. You know what I mean? So it's like, to me, if a watch sits for a little bit, it's okay. You know what I mean? Millineries didn't sit for 5 years. Some of their watches did. Some of the jewels Audemars, but you could have kept expanding that, because you're correct. The only way to fix the code 1159 right now, there's two ways you could do it. You could do it your way, which is a smart way, which I don't think they'll do, which is make this the hardest piece to get. The second would be to start to dedicating some of your money to buying watches on the pre-owned market and keep the pre-owned market steady, which is an easy thing any brand with capital can do, but many brands don't want to focus on their pre-owned market. Because you're right. If I knew I was going to take a bath on a code 1159, I could list you 4 or 5 of them that I'd wear for a couple months and then trade. If I knew I wouldn't take more than 15% of a hit, there's 4 or 5 references that I would wear and I think I'd enjoy wearing. But as of now, I'd only pick it up in the value bin on Chrono 24, because I just don't know how I'll get. Even as a dealer, I'm gonna have to beg somebody to take this. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think you're correct in what you're saying. But my pain is always just like, you didn't need to wreck everything to bring in the code 1159. You could have just made one Jules Audemars, one Millenary that's really cool, one Edward Piguet that's your heritage line, or a couple or something. And then with the Jules Audemars, you'd have had time only pieces that are accessible price so people could buy other things to get into Royal Oaks as well, right? But I don't know.
I completely disagree. As
I
usual.
knew you would.
No,
So, yeah,
so this is the problem though, OC, of what you're saying. A brand should never be too concerned about the secondary market for a piece that's not their top pieces. Because you're always going to have the Royal Oak effect of people buying stuff to try to get a Royal Oak. No matter what you do. You're never going to
This is a good point.
make a code so desirable that it overcomes that fact. So there's always going to be somebody that's buying to get to the Royal Oak, no matter
Right,
what
so
you do.
I got it. So the idea, the notion that they have something that is less desirable and that they can push people to buy it means that they should slightly overproduce them relative to demand, because you're going to have some people who they'll be very successful at inducing them to buy that as a gateway to the Royal Oak.
I think that they're actually I think they're actually producing them close to a level for people that like the watch. The two factors that are creating the market on the secondary market are, one, people buying it to get to the Royal Oak, which just makes people dump that watch. Okay, so you're going to have a lot more inventory going to the secondary market, which
But you
pushes
think
prices
that's
down.
but you don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that's
I don't
the
think
the crux of the
I think
issue.
I think there are value on the secondary market, and part of the reason that people don't just buy them on the secondary market at their current price point is because you still have a lot of people wanting to buy it from the AD to get to the Royal Oak. So you have like that, downward pressure there. And then also you've got the downward pressure that, well, if I'm going to buy an AP, I'm going to buy a Royal Oak, right? Even on the secondary market, like you're not going to buy a code as your only AP, as your first AP. Most people, right? If they're going one watch on the secondary market, then they're going to buy a Royal Oak. So you have that factor too. And the same thing happens to Patek. Some of the Pateks on the secondary market take a huge bath, and it's like people are buying those and then dumping them to get to a Nautilus or an Aquanaut. Like there's a lot of watches that are getting dumped, and it's not because they're bad watches. It's because people, that's just happening. So people aren't holding on to them as much as normal. So the real and the reason I disagree with like keeping those other lines and not nuking them is that I think AP smartly moved younger to capture the market before they even get to Patek, before they even get to Vacheron, before they get to Independence. They're getting the younger look and the more modern look, and they've targeted that so that they get those customers first. And by doing the code and getting rid of the old grandpa watches, according to younger people, let's say grandpa watches in quotes, they've said we're the fresh, young, new, hot brand, right? And even if the codes, I think the codes are selling, and I think that they're selling at a normal level for all watches.
I could see that.
You're comparing it with a Royal Oak. So like if you take a AutoZone, we call them, from Patek, and you compare it to the code, they're selling comparably, right? You don't see a ton of AutoZones in the case, and if you're on a specific color, you probably have to wait, right? Same thing with a code. And I think that they're not a failed line. We're comparing them to a Royal Oak, but like the codes are selling probably better than a Jules Audemars was selling, right? Like
Probably.
if they had the Jules Audemars newer version, I don't think it'd be selling better than a code right now, because the code is a different audience. Like it's not competing with the same. It's not competing against a Patek because it's more modern. It's like a totally different thing. So I don't know. I think that that pivot was smart by AP because they're not in direct competition with a lot of these other brands that are kind of like that that traditional dress watch is so saturated now between Patek, Vacheron, Breguet, JLC down the line, plus all these independents coming in. It's really tough market for all of those brands across the board. So to compete, because Patek's always going to be Patek. They're not going away. They're always
No.
going to be making that style watch, and there's a certain buyer for Patek. Vacheron's always going to make their traditional thing. And then you've got this independent thing, which is really probably scary for
Very
an
much so.
AP to say, like, I think AP has really good watchmakers and they could make traditional dress watches and keep that up. But I just think that there's such a, like, do you think that that would sell better than the codes? I don't think
No,
so.
no.
You know, like,
No.
so
Only
so
like
I think
no one, I know we're going to disagree on this, but no one cares about AP before the Royal Oak.
well, it's, and you know what though,
no.
it's you know what, Buckley, it's the Royal Oak. It is important to AP because it's one of the top watches, right? So it gives
No,
that.
it's not, it's definitely
gives that-
a watch of AP.
Right. No. I'm saying it's one of the top watches all time.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, top 5 all
And-
time.
Right. So that's really important to AP as a brand, right?
Mhm.
And I think the issue for AP is not that they have to replace the Royal Oak. I think that the issue for AP is keeping people happy and engaged with the Royal Oaks and keep pushing materials and keep pushing different configurations and keep, but we know what they need to do, and they would slaughter it. Like right now they're doing very, very well. I don't think they're struggling at all for anything,
No.
especially compared to other people. But if they slim down the diver and the offshores and they made them more wearable, just a little bit, still a big watch, but like make it actually wearable, and then keep pushing the codes to like even better dials and even better straps, and do a Velcro strap and do different things that make it more fun and modern, make better sizing. 41's still a little big. Bring that down to like a 39 code. If they introduced a 39 code, if they introduced a 39 offshore, like they'd be
I think
killing
that'd
it
be
right now, right?
I-
Like everybody would want those.
Yeah, I think if you could thin the code 11 a little bit as well, I
Yep.
think if they made like a ultra thin version, just like a little
Yeah.
sleek hex case in the middle, I think that would actually be it would be a hit as well.
Right. And I think they're close to that. I don't think the code is a flop. I think that part of the issue is that
It's the psychology behind
it's
it.
the psychology, and it's the Royal Oak effect.
Yeah.
And the same thing happens with Patek. It's like,
Well,
like
no,
it's really tough. It's really tough for Patek in the sense that you have people that are sports watch people, and they go to Patek and they say, "Oh, I would love a Nautilus or an Aquanaut," and they say, "Oh, you know what? Like, it's really not what we do. Like, that's just kind of like for you to play golf on the weekend.
Yeah.
Really, it's our dress watches." And you're like, "Okay, I'll buy a dress watch." And eventually, they're gonna get rid of that dress watch on the secondary market. They're not gonna hold on to
Yeah,
it
but they're
long.
missing
Like-
the plot. That's just the
But-
times we live in. They're missing the plot.
Right, but
Agreed.
I'm saying that if those watches went to a dress watch person and they used that watch as their watch and they didn't put it on the secondary market, the prices would be much higher than they are, right? Because it'd be
No,
restricting supply in the
they gotta
market.
let some air. The thing is, they're trying to keep up this image, and now that prices are so far below, it's going to hurt them. They need to do two things.
Mhm.
They need to sit down with people that truly only want one Royal Oak. It's the steel Royal Oak, and they can offer one or two colors, probably two colors. They make 5. You could offer 2, white or black. And if you really want it, we're going to treat it like Journe, where every year we're going to do a batch of people that we're going to choose. You have to wait, but it might take 18 months, 2 years, but you'll get it as your first watch. And get them out. Get them out of the fucking place, right? And you know what's going to happen to everybody else who collects AP? They're not going to want those watches anymore. They're going to want to move sideways, right? They're going to want to go to a different place. At the same time, people who come in that are like, what else can I do? I don't want to wait 18 months. I want an AP and I'm open-minded. You treat those people super special. Once a quarter, maybe you have some sort of event, 40, 50 people, after hours. You show them every code in the world, and you get the psychology of people who wear a code already have a Royal Oak, or they're super in. And you know what the next watch is going to be? A blue or a green Royal Oak. Right now, everything in entry level with AP, it basically means nothing. What a code tells most people, you're waiting for your Royal Oak, and it's not a special Royal Oak, it's a base model. That's what it tells people. It's like why do you have that? And you can tell the person. I go down to Miami, I go to the design district, I walk around, some fucking 30-year-old with a Colombian at 20, Colombian girlfriend at 20 years old. He's got a coat on, he's got slick back hair and Balenciaga sneakers. I know what he's doing. He's waiting for his Royal Oak. I know what he's doing. With Patek, you don't get that.
No.
You don't get the same thing.
Yeah, but again, I agree that they should make it more special to be an owner of a code. Okay.
That the lack of
I think we both agree on that.
Yeah, lack of appreciation, and you should be giving out in the 37, 34, 41, just like a Datejust. I mean, the Royal Oak is their basic bitch watch. It is white or black. 18 months, 2 years, 1 year, 6, whatever it is. Wait, and you'll get it. But that's all you're getting. You're really all you want is Royal Oak. That's it. You'll get it.
Are you gonna allow people to if they're waiting for a year and they don't want the watch anymore? Will you let them to give their place up to somebody that they choose, or is that?
Yeah. No, not that they choose, just the next in line. Just like any other brand that does this, because you know what's going to happen? The people that just want it to flip, they're not going to wait that long, because 18 months from now is not guaranteed, and flippers don't operate like that.
Exactly.
And people aren't going to buy watches they don't want to get to the Royal Oak. People who own the code are going to be graduates of the steel Royal Oak, or they're going to be in the club. They're going to have gone to an event. They're going to be in the club, and they're going to understand what it means to own one. And it's not going to have this perception. But for this to all work, they need to lower production, and they're going to have to drop out of the top 5 for a little bit. They're trying to compete with Patek. At the rate they're going, Patek is going to slaughter them, especially if we go back to a more conservative world. Jamie Dimon's on the fucking loudspeaker. You're coming back to work, and you're wearing a suit and tie 5 days a week. Smaller watches are coming back. We're going into this weird yuppie early 90s shit with big jeans.
Well, that's what I said. If they can reduce the size on both the code and the offshore, okay, and make them super wearable, I think that they're going to
code is super wearable for 90% of men.
The 41, I think a 39 and a little slimmer
on the code.
Great on the code. I think another version of 39, like a jumbo version, like a 39. Because what that would replace, Buckley, is you could replace some of those Submariner wearers.
But you know why it's not going to happen? You know why this is not going to happen anytime soon? If you look at the previous release, the one that just happened last week, AP officially said men wear 41, women wear 37.
But there's a 39. There is a
39 is jumbo, and that's 5 watches in.
I'm saying if they had a jumbo version.
I understand, but the problem with AP is every time they do a 37, they release it and say this is for ladies, and they get
Right.
fucking crip walking Serena Williams to get on there. And
That's a 41.
yeah,
That's a 41.
and
She had a
it's
men's
like
watch on.
you're not doing anyone any favors.
Yeah, big
First
risk.
of all,
But
half the men,
I'll say this.
if your
I'll say
wrist is
this.
below 7 inches, you
Okay.
should have a 37 millimeter Royal Oak on.
I'll tell you something that I would contend that Patek is doing worse than AP, and I'll explain why.
You'd
Okay.
be very
No,
off.
no. Listen to me for a second. Patek felt like they had to discontinue the steel Nautilus to keep its value high and to
That's
move
not
the
why they
prices
did it
up.
though.
No, to move the prices up into
Let
precious
him
metal.
finish. Let him finish.
Okay. They felt like they needed to do that. One, it's a smart move because it retains all the value for those customers that bought those, and it keeps that at a premium level. Okay. Versus, okay, just keep making the same steel stuff, and then people keep going for it. Now they've introduced the Cubitus. Okay. They have people that can't get a Nautilus getting the Cubitus. Okay. And they're trying to use that to attract new customers, right, to the brand. The ultimate problem for Patek is that because of their offerings across the board, they have so many different watches, okay, and so many of them are turning into these hybrid fusion. Is this a dress watch? Is this a sports watch? You know, where's the bracelet on this? Is this a rubber bracelet or denim? I can't tell. Like, I just am concerned that Patek is going to really have trouble maintaining value long term, because right now you get this big bump of Cubitus. This is the new thing. This is the new Cubitus, right? So people want to get the first Cubitus. They're going to keep coming out with Cubitus for the next 10, 12, whatever years. They've already said that, right? They have different versions or whatever. What do you think is going to happen to those Cubitus?
There are already more people in the limelight, huge celebrities, people of
Because it's the new
influence that are
thing.
wearing, but I don't see codes on anybody other than Serena Williams.
Yeah. So
I'm not
But
comparing it to
here's
the
the
code.
thing,
I'm
Austin,
saying
here's
from
why-
Patek's standpoint, right? Where's the long-term value? You're gonna have to bring back the steel 5711 or what
Nope.
at 5811.
No. First of
Down
all,
the
that
line, they're gonna need
5711 comment, he did it because it was diluting the brand. Everybody was getting them, and too many people had them, and you don't want to piss off Patek, big Patek people. Because you know what? Here's where you're wrong. If you go to a big Patek event, nobody's showing up in a Nautilus of any kind.
Right.
there you go.
Right.
So
Right.
that's the fundamental difference. You go to a big AP event, if they even have them. I haven't even heard of people really going to AP events at that level.
Yeah.
I'm sure they happen, but we don't know anybody going to them. You're showing up in your craziest Royal Oak that was released yesterday that'll be gone tomorrow.
So true.
Patek is showing up in. You're showing up at Patek 20 pieces in with what they made you, right? Or 10 pieces in with some fucking $500,000 thing that no one ever. You're not. It's not about the Nautilus or Aquanaut. And if we go back to more conservative times, you better believe dress watches are coming back. Big.
I agree with you so much, Buckley. I think, like, I understand what you're saying, Boston. Patek is just a different beast. It's really not fair to really.
I understand.
But no,
I
listen, I'm telling you, as somebody who's sold them at so many different levels, there's no other brand where I've seen people's faces light up at pretty much every model in the catalog. I remember selling a 5119 and a gentleman almost going in tears for a 5119 with his wife. It was like the more, like it just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen with other brands like that. They were the ones who were able to have what we thought were wacky retail prices way long before everybody else. Patek had, inflated prices, you could call it, and they were able to achieve it, and people would just spend it. People just buy it. It's just the old money, the international money, the generational money. It's betting on Patek. The generational money is not in AP anymore. They really burnt a lot of their bridges. I do agree with you that they're betting heavy on the younger generation and try to capturing that before they go into paddock. And I think that is actually a good strategy. The key will be is, you know, as that person goes from mid-20s, mid-30s to 40s to 50s, you know, what are you going to be collecting? If I'm collecting paddock, and I've seen this many, many times, people who've grown, you know, as I've grown, and they're able to go from Aquanaut, Nautilus to Calatrava, complicated Calatrava, perpetual calendar as their career has grown. There's just so much variety where you can just stick with the brand and buy so many great things. You can get your lady involved. There's so many good things you can do there. And I think they just have done a really good job of taking care of that generational client, if that makes sense. Whereas AP, just from anecdotally, from what I've talked to, all my huge collectors, my huge clients right now who are spending like well over 6 figures a year, they just don't want to talk about AP. Like it just is not even like a.
I don't. Can we go further?
Rolex before they talk AP. You know
Can we
what I
go
mean?
further? It almost feels like big Patek people don't want to be around big AP people.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I've seen, and I can only speak to the New York territory, right? Going into the watch havens, which is like, you know, for people not from here, there's a couple of areas you can go where on a Saturday, sunny afternoon, you'll see everything. Patek people are wearing labelless clothing. You don't know anything about them. They're usually well put together. Big Patek people, when you see like a 5740 or you see some crazy shit, that's what you see. AP people usually smell like a little bit too much Creed cologne, and they also vape in the restaurant. They blow vape clouds in the restaurant. It's not quite the same group.
I think though that you have to factor in that Patek has been a certain way for a long time, right? I'm not worried about Patek long term because they're going to keep doing Patek. They have a certain formula. They stick to that formula. They do a few things. Who cares if one model, the AutoZone's a bust? They're going to discontinue it. They'll come out with something else. They'll discontinue that. If it's a, you know, anything that's a bust, they discontinue. They move on. It's not. They're very insulated, you know, as a brand. Okay.
Do you watch these? Do you watch these gray market channels?
But but hold on a second. The problem is people don't understand what real AP collectors are, because you look on Watch Trader Academy. Oh, are those AP collectors? No, those are not AP collectors. Those are gray market AP buyers. The same thing with Richard Mille and the same thing with Patek. If you look on those shows and you see Patek buyers, they are not normal Patek buyers. Okay, there's some dude with a, you know,
well, if you're buying gray market,
I'm going to buy an Aston Martin instead of a Lambo, but they treat it the same way. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we're not. I'm not talking about hype. I'm not talking.
I know,
about
but
hype
like
waves.
people label real AP collectors are not that. Okay, and that gets tossed around a lot as this is an AP collector. Okay, the real AP collectors are people that want a modern timepiece, and they're more along the lines of an MB&F or a Richard Mille or a new, you know, new modern things they're into versus old traditional things. And I think that they've done a good job capturing that market, and that will continue to help them because it's almost like Apple, right? Why was Apple so successful versus IBM? Well, Apple captured education. They gave computers to schools. They had the computers. When you were growing up, you had an Apple computer. Anything with schools, university, whatever, Apple gave them computers. Why? Because then everybody get used to Apple, and when they get older, what do they buy? Apple iPhones, iPads, they're used to it. They don't want to go to IBM or PC. And that's kind of what AP is introducing these things earlier to people, and the next generation are getting used to AP right now. If you ask a 25 to 35-year-old, they're way more likely to say they want an AP or a Rolex than a Patek because they don't even know,
Yeah, but why?
Patek seems
Hold on,
old to
though.
them.
Why would you want a lot of people between 25 and 35 wearing a Holy Trinity watch?
Because when they get older, they're used to the brand and they're establishing a connection with the brand now that will
But that didn't
continue
matter
on.
the last 100 years.
It
That
did
hasn't.
matter because
No, it
Patek
doesn't
was
matter.
capturing them from a young age before.
No, it wasn't. Those people,
Yes.
young people, can't afford Patek for the most part.
No, I'm saying you said generational with Patek, right? Grandfathers were introducing their son, you know, and down the line, my
I
grandfather
don't
wore a
know.
Patek,
That's
my
the
dad wore a
marketing.
Patek,
That's the
that's
marketing of Patek, right? That's their
but
market. I don't know how true
that's
that
how
is.
they've always sold. Patek is,
Yeah, but
old money. You're a Patek family. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
that's their marketing. But I
Yes.
don't. Again,
But
like
that's
I
their
said,
approach to it. That's their approach to it. Their um their
I just
whole
don't. I don't see. Look, I'm guilty of it. You know, I got a bunch of Kith in my closet. Everybody knows this. But having a Kith T-shirt with a Louis Vuitton belt, vaping clouds
Mhm.
inside of Carbone with a skeleton on. I don't know. You think that's a sustainable clientele that people are going to
No,
look to
that's
and respect?
that person probably didn't get it from AP, is my point.
You'd be really surprised at what AP people get from AP,
Yeah. Well,
especially in
anyway,
New York.
so
CQ probably no.
people are getting used to it, right? And then you've got this whole generation of baby boomers that are going to go away.
Yeah, but people that young don't have any money for the most part. I mean, if you're talking about trust fund kids, sure, but like how many people between 20 and
People
45
are
with this economy
so
can buy fucking $100,000, but $1 million
well,
purchase history with AP?
no.
There's not many.
What's happening is a huge transfer of wealth through. I
Yeah,
mean,
handing
not to
down
get too
money to
deep into
people
it,
who didn't earn it is
there's
not.
a huge transfer of wealth where people are going to be passing on inheritances coming up, like way more than our parents or their parents before that or whoever down the line. There's a huge amount of money in the baby boomer generation that worked their whole lives and have income properties, retirements, like huge sums of money that are being passed down. That's started already, but it's gonna be a lot of money, okay, that are just handed over to younger people, and
They'll fuck it up.
that, huh?
They'll fuck it up.
Well,
I'm just fucking with you.
they're gonna buy what they're comfortable with, okay. And I'm not saying Patek is going to get slaughtered by AP. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying AP is positioning themselves really smartly in a key demographic, and they've stolen a portion of future. There's always going to be overlap. Like I have Pateks and I have APs. I'm both.
Let me ask
I'm
you
both,
very,
right?
very so like be
Yeah.
honest. And I have a feeling I know which way it's gonna go. For one, I don't know about the other. If you could have any offshore code at retail or any Aquanaut at retail, which would you choose?
Any offshore or code at retail?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm, that's a good question.
Or any Aquanaut at retail. Would you choose an Aquanaut at retail or an offshore code?
Right now, it's really tough.
No,
I
it's
I'd
not.
probably say no. I'd probably say out of the ones I'm looking at, Aquanaut.
Okay. Out of any Royal Oak at retail or any Nautilus at retail,
Royal Oak,
Royal. I
100%.
knew you were gonna go that way because you want
Yeah,
the
because they're
you're
better.
I don't know about
Yes.
better,
Yeah,
but
there's better. The amount of better Royal
there's
Oaks over
crazier.
Nautilus.
There's
Yeah,
crazier.
that's what I want. Crazy.
So, but Patek doesn't venture into crazy with Nautilus. Let's make it simpler. Would you rather have a blue dial 41 Royal Oak or 5811?
Blue Dial 40. Oh, 5811.
Okay. So the
Yeah.
guy that's preaching about AP,
But I would
Just-
but
hold on,
that's-
you just
that's-
told me.
that's
You just,
retail price aside.
yeah.
Yeah.
You just told
Because
me.
obviously the steel's way cheaper.
You just told me that gun to the head. When it comes to rubber strapping, you're picking the Patek, and when it comes to basic sports watch, you're picking the Patek. So all this shit about what you
I'm
just
picking
said
the
goes out
RM, by
window.
the way. I'm picking the RM over all of those.
I understand, but you everything you just said goes out the window because when we take out hype crazy Royal Oaks, AP doesn't have a pot to piss in compared to Patek.
Again, part of the issue for AP is that they need to come out with the 39 size, and then all of that will be a much tougher decision. Because I like the offshore, and I like the code. And if they were 39, I think I would choose them over Aquanauts. Does that make sense? It's just the fit is tough. Like I would take this perpetual over an Aquanaut.
It's a good looking watch. 109 is
It's-
just so much.
Yeah, but you know, the 5811's what, 90?
Oh yeah, that's when you put it that way.
You know, I mean, everything, like retail prices are all crazy across every brand here. Every brand. I don't care what brand you're talking about. Richard Miller is starting to look actually like not that bad of a price. That's how high these other brands are getting.
Kind of, but still,
So
Richard
this,
Mille.
this is 109. The new Richard Mille, Saran, brick, whatever, the square one.
Yeah, those are 135.
130. Yeah, 130.
And the
Yeah, but
150.
those are hideous.
Very much so.
You haven't tried it on.
I don't need to. It's
They're-
fucking
they're
terrible. It looks like
slimmer.
a swatch.
You'll if you try it on, you'll see.
Okay, let me hit you with this.
It's supposed to be much nicer, much slimmer, much more wearable.
Let me hit you with this. I don't fathom how you could say that about that, but also hate on a steel Cubitus.
It's 11 millimeters thinner. I mean, less wide than a Cubitus.
But if
Which
the
is a lot.
45 Cubitus is
11 millimeter.
45.
What'd you say?
The Cubitus is really 42. It's not 45
Or does it say 45?
because the ears.
Okay. So I think it's 31 or 32 on the new RM square one. And that's a tough. I'm not a very tall person. I don't have extremely long arms, so the width matters on the watches. Let's be honest. It
America.
looks stupid when you're
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It looks like a swatch. It looks like a extra
No.
sketch. It's a swatch.
No, I'm telling you, the price though,
Insane.
I think it's a good price.
No,
I
What?
don't think it's that
This-
bad.
no.
This watch in front of us right now?
Yeah.
No way.
130,
Oh, come on,
132,
Boston. Boston, I love you.
132.
This is 150. This isn't
It's not
130.
bad. That's
The-
really not bad.
Oh my god, we got 66 people watching right now. I don't know what to do.
You're talking. You're 20.
Like a
What is
fucking
it? 20,
Christmas window at Saks.
23,000 more than that code.
The code
Perpetual?
is so much better.
This
I don't
watch,
know if Buckley, if you had both watches in front of you and you tried them both on, I'm pretty sure you'd like the Richard Mille.
No, I'd go with the code. I like the code in general. So I'd go with the code. I would definitely go with the code.
I'm just saying the price
No.
points are getting closer. It used to be Richard Mille was like stupid insane above. but
they still are.
These other brands have really pushed up.
What's the average mil cost?
The 37 purple tourbillon is like 170,000. Okay, this is a 37 purple dial Royal Oak Tourbillon. 137,000.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, 167,000.
What is the Tourbillon RM cost?
600,000 for the lowest one.
There's no world where this
Now,
watch.
but hold on.
Go.
The new Carillion Sonnery open worked AP is 890,000.
And that's justified. You know, if you're into,
Yeah, you're saying it's justified, but you know the RM at 600,000 doesn't look so bad. It's 300,000 less.
no,
Right? It's all relative. Like you get the crazier you get with watches, the more it's like you can't just look in a vacuum at just the price. You have to look across brands because there's some Pateks that are way over that too.
yeah, but they're giving you so much.
And
They're
you can't
giving
even wear
so
them. Like
much.
51 complications. What are you
Yeah,
going to do with that?
Hey,
CPU?
but
You're not even going to set
personally,
it.
I will
You're
set
not
it
even
every
gonna set
day.
it.
I'm a crazy
51
guy. I'm a crazy guy.
complications.
I'm a crazy guy. I'd set it every
And
day.
it's like a brick.
my solar, you know, I'm a big boy. But look at this watch. You're telling me with a straight face that I don't care if I'm a billionaire.
I think you have to put that on your wrist and see what you think.
No,
Because I think it's
sir.
a great watch.
No, sir. I think this is a great looking watch at 45,000. Really good looking watch at
45. No way.
135,000
No way.
American US dollars. There's so much other watches. You could put together great collections that will blow this out of the water. Is it a cool movement? Yes. Is it a cool dial? Sure. Can you read the time? Barely. Is it worth
super comfortable?
135,000?
Yes.
Hey, a rubber band's comfortable. It's 50 cents. I'll sell it to you for 10 grand if that's the game we're playing. You know, because like
Yeah,
this is kind of
terrible, dude. This is terrible.
I think they're nice. I
I could do a full 3-4 piece AP collection for this price. Come on, this is awful.
I'm gonna say that I've looked at it not in person. If it were thinner, like I really like the 6701.
This is as thin as the 6701.
It isn't. It isn't.
I'm sorry.
It is.
That's
No,
the
it
problem.
is.
No, I think this
What
is like
the
3 millimeter.
thickness?
This is bigger. Unfortunately, if this were 7.75,
No. What is it? What is it? Because it's the new one.
yeah,
The
but
new
it's
one is
thicker
thinner.
because remember they're calling this the extra thin.
This is
but that
this
one
is 9.
episode
This
we
is
did-
9.5. This is
It's thicker.
9.5.
Yeah, 9.5. That's
It's thin, but it's not 7.75. I would really, if it were really as thin as a 6701, I would.
This is
actually
thinner
look
than
at
a
this.
Daytona.
Yes, it is. It is.
You guys are wild. You guys
Yeah,
I think
like-
I think the dial is very interesting looking. It's a
Yes.
cool the way they've assimilated the numerals into the skeletonized movement. I think is very interesting. That's
I thought I laid it on thick, but you guys showed me up today.
no, they're wild.
I am a
huge
They're
shout out,
No.
huge shout out to Richard Mill, one of our favorite brands. They do an amazing job. And if
Dude,
you're listening, Boston Collector and I love Richard Mill.
Yeah.
and
Just
we're
share me some
huge,
that
huge
sponsorship
proponents of the
check,
brand.
please.
You know what I want more than
Amazing new
anything?
release.
You know what I want more than anything?
Fantastic release. Thank you.
I want overnight. I want the trend to go back to like Mad Men era, like 1960.
Not
Oh,
gonna
gosh.
happen.
And all these brands would be worth
Disappear.
they would
Disappear.
disappear overnight.
Disappear. Richard Mille one day will. I hate to say it because there are people behind brands, but take that away. Take the people out of it. There's no way this brand lasts 100 years from now at the popularity, at the retail pricing, if the aesthetics don't change. Like this is fun and it's young, but look at the watch in us right now. You're gonna walk into a store and somebody's gonna look you into your face and tell you, I want 135 plus tax because they don't drop ship anymore. They're not friendly with that. So 135 plus tax. They won't even give me a full
Steal.
numeral.
It's an absolute
There's not
steal.
one full numeral on this watch. So you might as well have made it a full skeletonized dial. Take off the
is skeletonized.
numerals. Let me just see the movement and the depth of the movement. You know, like 135. Hey, maybe EC. You guys don't know what EC is. That's Eastern Caribbean currency. I'll pay 135 EC for this, but no way.
No,
I'm at
no,
US
'cause
dollars.
You don't
Nah.
appreciate it. You don't appreciate it. You don't understand what the brand represents.
You're right. You're right.
Well, this is the thing, though. You're saying that 100 years from now, Richard Mille can't keep up what they're doing. I don't think Patek can. Patek just makes old men watches.
Yeah,
What's
but
going to
there's
happen
enough
when they all
old men.
die?
Listen,
Old
Boston.
men
At the end of the
die.
day,
Old men die, and they're
Hey.
younger. If you're walking around with a three-piece suit 100 years from now with a Patek on, you think that's more likely? Or how about like wearing a Star Trek suit with an RM on? I think that's more
here's
likely.
the thing. Here's the
honestly.
thing about life that I is like oftentimes, you know, the collector goes back home. You end up dying with the similar type of watch your dad wore, whoever impressed upon you watches, right? Maybe if your first watch is a Tag or something that's different. But me, I idolize Patek Philippe. My wife is gonna have Patek Philippe. I'm gonna have Patek Philippe. When I pass away, God forbid, hopefully it's 100 years from now, most likely it'll be some type of piece unique with a beach on it. If I, God willing, I can make the money. That's the type of impression that Patek has made upon
And
me.
when you pass it to your son someday, they're gonna take it and sell it for an AP or a Richard Mille.
Hey, I will raise myself from the grave.
And you know that kids never follow in their parents' footsteps because they don't like to do that.
Listen, we think that, but like, can I tell you something? I'm getting old. I'm talking like my dad. I'm talking politics all day. You know what I mean? It's happening. It happens, and there's nothing wrong with that. All I'm saying is Patek is just, I've just seen generations of people fall in love. I've seen the grandfather bringing the grandson to buy the Patek. I've seen just so much great emotions, and they've done a good job as custodians of the brands and what's available. I just don't think there are many other brands out there that have that type of hold on your DNA. If you have money, right? If you're of the cloth, if you're able to do it.
Richard Mille and AP are doing that for the younger generation.
Boston is right. Boston's right.
But listen.
These watches are out of trend. They're out of trend.
The humanoid, you have a humanoid from the Atlas robot. You're going to dress him in a three-piece suit and a Patek, or are you going to put an RM on him?
What
are you going to do?
Because I don't know what you mean by that.
Because that's what you want to go back to.
No, I want to go back to
the Mad Men three-piece suit.
No, I never wear it. I want to go back
Top
to
hat. We're going to go back to a monocle and a pocket watch.
Hey, you never know. Stranger things. Look at Neo vintage pieces. It won't go all the way back there, but I think at the essence of the reason why I felt I was able to charge exorbitant amounts of money for very tiny objects is a level of craftsmanship, engineering, heritage that goes into it. That's how you sell Patek. I'm selling Patek because I'm just stuffing you with the hundreds of years of history, and they did this, they did that, and all that stuff. With Richard Mille, it's a 25-year-old brand, probably not even. A great watch designer does amazing things. The movement of Varsher movements, the Parmigiani and Renard and Papi movements, great movements, but like
and Richard Mille in-house.
Okay, show me in-house that really like comes from that traditional.
So you know what brand did exactly what Richard Mille is doing right now?
What's that?
Rolex. Rolex started out. They were getting the parts from different manufacturers. They were putting them together. Mm-hmm. They started getting into mainstream marketing, and they connected to the hottest things at the time: the swimming across the channel, climbing Mount Everest, racing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right?
True.
And that has carried over to
now.
No. So 100 years ago, you wouldn't have said. Would you have said that Rolex is going to be the biggest thing in 2025?
So you're
not
missing
necessarily,
something,
right? You'd always say Patek, right?
True. But you're missing something very important when you talk about the story of Rolex's rise. Rolex became one of the best tool watches out there, right? Mm-hmm. And they made the subs and the oyster-proof case and all that stuff. In the 70s, Patek and AP turned steel into luxury, right? So what happened is the best made luxury watch, the best steel made watch at the time, or at least marketed, and I'm going to go into who did what, whatever, but the best marketed professional steel watch was Rolex. So literally the whole market went upscale. All they had to do was tune tune things a little bit differently. And that's why when you look at Rolex now and look at Rolex 30, 40, 50 years ago, they didn't change much because they've always been, hey, we want to make you water resistant watches. We want to make you everyday watches. But
But
other
they had the
luxury brands,
date just in gold that were killing it then too.
yeah,
Right.
exactly.
But my point is, Richard Mille has aligned themselves with the highest end activities, sports, etc. And they've been very smart about who they partner with. And they've absolutely crushed the high end consumer because they're into cars, they're into yacht racing, they're into tennis, they're, you know what I mean, across this, and they've gained a foothold enough that they sell 5,000 watches a year at an average price point of like $260,000. So like I don't buy that RM's gonna all of a sudden go away. Okay, like at this point, it's 25 years old. It's not a brand new brand.
I agree.
You know?
I've just
I
seen
just
it
think
happen,
that
man.
they're built for the future.
You
Their
know,
brands are made. Their watches are made
it-
in a more modern style that people, people are less in the office. They're less dressing up like that. And when they do, they can wear a Patek. But that's not all the time. Like people are biking in these things. They're skiing in them. Like it's like when you walk around Aspen, do you think that Patek matches their clothing? Billionaires? I just don't, they're going to have some Pateks for dress watch. I'm not saying like Pateks like are antiquated completely, but I just think that RM has done such a good job of capturing and ingraining themselves in the market that it's going to be really hard to move them. And they're so much more ingrained than like a Mueller, Frank Mueller, or some of these other brands that really kind of blew it.
It's very, very possible that they for sure just keep it going and they can pivot and shut me up and everybody up. But it can happen to anybody, man. It happened to Frank Mueller, it happened to Panerai, it happened to so many other brands. Of course, Richard Mille is at the top of the social zeitgeist, right? And that's a brand that everybody wants to be seen in. It's so hot. But as soon as another hot brand comes, right, it's going to take a while. But every year, every month, different brands are trying to figure out a way to capture that heat. And once somebody else manages to capture that heat, then you're cold. And what has been proven in the watch industry is once you go cold, once Nico Leonard is talking smack about you on YouTube, it is just so hard, so hard to bring it back. So
how is that for FP Jordan? They're still doing okay.
What do you mean? But when did they have their
smack about them?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, listen, when you only sell 800 watches, and you're
yeah.
So this is a great example because the
but why
FP
you say
guys,
but you say that stuff about RM, right?
Mhm.
Doesn't the same thing apply to a Patek? Well, you're like, well, they're too big to fail, or Rolex, oh, they're too big to go out of favor, right?
It's not that they're go ahead.
But I would say that if it was just Richard Mille, and you'd say, I'll give an example, Grubel Forsey. You say, well, Grubel Forsey is always going to be a great brand because they have the best finishing. It's like, okay, well, yes, they have top level finishing, right? But is that something that can be replaced by another brand? Sure.
Yep.
Right. And you can get a piece unique from Regepi, and you can get other finishing things, if that's what you're into. You can't replace RM when they're the cornerstone of F1 and they're the cornerstone of, golf, tennis, all, go down the list of what they're doing. They've because of their marketing and capturing those markets, they've solidified the brand in culture. And that's where it's like a different thing. And AP's trying to do that through pop culture and other stuff, which to me is actually not the tried and true method as much as what RM's done, right? When you say that RM's collabs are way more like, it's very clear that they're
Well,
with
yes, because
F1,
I
right?
will give them the fact that with their collabs, they make the pieces to be used in the sports.
Right.
I think that's a very, very big thing for sure. I can't take anything. The Johan
Right.
Blakes, all
It
the
makes more sense than
yeah,
a
for
cause
sure,
collab or whatever. That's a
for sure,
one-off with
for sure.
some artist, right? Like you have like you see the F1, Hamilton with it and Leclerc with it on their wrists every photo shoot, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is genius that
Yeah,
that they're in everything, and F1's getting so huge, and I just think that RM has done the best job of that, of marketing lately.
I would say that for sure. Marketing
Yeah.
wise, they do an amazing job. I guess like I just come from like a weird school of collecting and advising people. Whereas like when somebody like when I go to somebody and say, "What do you like about the RM?" It's always colors and shape. And I just think that's a lot of money to be spending on colors and shape. When I talk to somebody, why they love FP Journe, we got to sit down for 2 hours. When I talk to somebody about why they love Patek Philippe, maybe a 20-minute conversation. It could go into a 2-3 hour conversation. But we're talking about heritage. We're talking about so many different things. But I swear to you, and I do this as a point. Hey, what do you love about? Hey, I love the red one. I love the white. This one has the white crown. They don't even understand. Some people do. Some people understand what's going on.
Yeah.
But the average RM consumer, and to me, that means that if there's a big shift in the social energy of like, for
But you're
whatever
saying
reason,
secondary consumer.
I think even primary. I think a lot of people who are buying RMs right now are buying it just because it's unobtainium. And if you're able to get on a list, I know several friends and clients who are like, damn, I got the call. I need to make this happen now because they will, and I'm just like, what? Like, can you go and no, you got to do it this way and that way.
Yes.
And like, I get very aware with brands moving like a Patek, who's only been a 25-year-old brand. Because again, look at what's happening with AP now. Yes, they're doing a great job and they're tapping into the younger audience, but millions and millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars have walked away from them just due to the experience of getting watches and how that's changed over the past 10 years or so. So anything can happen. Nobody can predict the future. But if I was a betting man, which I am, I'd say, in 100 years, let my kids cash this out, my grandkids, I think Richard Mille will be far down the Morgan Stanley report than they are now.
I mean, I see RM and AP benefiting the most from the spike because it didn't just spike the prices of them. They have gone to a level where it's like, hey, how come Richard Milles aren't way below retail now? How come APs aren't way below retail? Like,
Not yet.
we have 90%, 95% of Rolex below retail now. Well, what happened with those? Well, all the big money collectors and big money people went into RM AP during that crazy spike, and it still hasn't gone away because where else are you going to go, right? And Patek's been Patek. They've been very solid, right? A lot of people went into Patek and they're still there. They're always going to be around. But I think that those brands solidified themselves so much in the last 5 years as like these are two of the top 5 brands now. And FP Journe too, right? I mean, FP Journe is.
Oh yeah, they're in a different. They're in a different.
It's getting to where it's like, good luck getting an FP Journe.
Yeah, at all. Like I
at all. Yeah.
Guiding his way through the whole thing, and honestly, I think this might be one of the last few clients that I'll be able to take from like zero into Journe. I don't think like if somebody comes to me in 2027 and they don't have Journe already, they don't have a big profile. I really, because there's just so much people. Then you talk to the big. and now Paul does his own thing. So that brand is a brand that I can see them releasing a letter like Gronfeld did, like, hey, we're done. We can't accept any more inquiries. Come to the boutiques for great events, but
Right.
we're sold out for 15 years.
Yeah. And you've seen it. They've closed certain lists like the Chronometra Blue. They're like, sorry,
Yes.
we're not accepting anybody for that.
Yeah.
And they've made, some of the boutiques are appointment only. And,
Yep.
People can expect to wait 3 years for a watch,
Easily.
and that could continue to get worse because every day that goes by, more and more people hear about FP Journe and same
Yeah.
with AP, RM, and
It'll be a Roger Smith situation where like you register your interest and then like within 3 years they call you back and say, hey,
Yep.
just to let you know, Boston, you got 2 more years left. Let's check in that you're okay in the position. You say yes, and then in 2 years, then you just start the process of
Right.
designing the watch with them, and you still have to wait like another year to get the watch back. But he's making less than, I think, 20 watches a year or something like that. So, but FP Journe is of the demand where I could easily see it being like, hey, like really, unless you're, it is going to be 6-7 years before you even see a CS, because as you said, it's elevated from a watch into just a status symbol in the biggest business sense, where I think right now you could get so many deals done with a Journe on the wrist, where before you had, it was like, hey, you need to have a Patek on the wrist. Right now it's Journe. Patek is still there a little bit, but Journe is the upper level because so many people can't dive into it, that if you have a certain Journe on the wrist, immediately you get just a different echelon of respect in certain circles.
Yeah, and they're gonna keep killing it because it's such a limited. They can't produce more. They refuse to produce too many, and they also are not doing what Roger Smith did, which is,
No.
hey, take a deposit for 100,000, and oh, by the way, instead of it being 200,000, it's 300,000 now. And if you don't like that, then I'm going to keep the deposit. Like he kept moving the bar on collectors, and that's a good way to piss people off. And Journe has kept his price somewhat reasonable. I mean, to be honest.
Yeah, because you don't need it, right? Like that's the thing that's always weirded me out with like how price adjustments are done with certain brands, is that like a brand like Journe, everything they make, they can sell, right? So if they want more money, he just makes a more complicated watch, right? So now there's $1 million watch, it's sold out. You know what I'm saying? So him just, okay, I'm gonna keep raising the CS. He's like, all right, I'm gonna give you the resonance. I'm gonna give you the vertical turb. I'm gonna give you like these crazy things I've been thinking of it, and people will buy it. And then like, so we're saying everything here, but Journes are expensive. Secondary, different story, but like retail for what you're getting, they actually their value is weird to say.
They are value, and it is weird to say like 35,000 for a watch. Seems like a lot, but if you look at what Patek is charging for a comparable watch, like you're kind of like, you're getting a lot of watch for that. Especially the Elegant. I mean, 20K. Like,
I remember when they were like 11, man. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid, boss. Why did I just buy it?
If you look at that watch next to the 6701,
oh yeah,
they're both. 6701's a better watch,
for sure,
clearly when you have it in your hand, but there's not a $150,000 or $140,000 difference between the two. That's for value, I'm saying, because you're still getting a high level watch and it's very wearable and it's sporty and whatever. So, I mean, I think everybody, knows where these brands are at now. We'll see where they go. It's not. I'd be more concerned about. I'm more concerned about AP than RM.
For sure.
With what
you guys keep in mind, guys. You're arguing over the absolute upper crust of performers in the business. So just to bring up something that's very important here. Let me see.
Yeah, bring that little blurb you had.
Yeah, the little blurb. See if I have it somewhere. Where did I put the blurb? Here
Oh,
it
you guys
is.
are doing awesome on the upvotes, by the way. Let me upvote myself.
Yes, please upvote, guys. There's still over 50 people watching. We're approaching the fourth hour of the show. We're gonna go for another 5 minutes here. It's important to realize that out of the 50, I think the 50 top brands that Morgan Stanley analyzed, only 6, I think either 4 or 6, performed better in 2024 than they did in 2023. Okay, that means of the top 50, 45 of them didn't grow, which means the other 400 also didn't do very well either. So keep in mind here's the statistic. Out of over 400 Swiss brands, only 4 make up, but the top 4 make up 48% of the revenue and 2/3 of the actual profit. So just Rolex, Patek Philippe, Audemars Piguet, and Richard Mille make up, just those 4 brands make up 2/3 of the entire profit of the industry, and all of the other 400 plus brands fight over the rest.
Mhm.
So I think
So they're killing it.
they're crushing it. They're absolutely crushing it. These guys, you add in Cartier and Omega and a few of the other ones, and you basically have 90% of the market.
I think you
so
do, right?
take their revenue, right? And you say that their actual revenue is 35% of that export number, 2.5 billion.
Mhm.
Okay. That's just 1 year. Over the last 5 years, these brands have made
Oh yes. Oh yes. A lot of direct sales.
stupid money.
A lot of
right?
direct sales.
Yeah. Stupid money. In RM and AP, it's 100%. Like there's no middleman on those.
Yeah,
So-
no. They've done a good job, except for I think selective
couple,
cases
maybe.
are like 1 or 2. But you're right, and it's crazy to see that. I think 2025 guys is going to be a bloodbath for certain brands. I think brands that are doing it well are going to have a good 2025. But I think
Mhm.
we were talking about the Tudor numbers on that show a few weeks ago, OC, and it's like people are asking about the good brands, but I do these little, I worry
The
for a
two-
lot of brands out
The
there.
two. I mean, of the top 50 brands, the worst performing brand was Tudor.
Insane.
I mean, that goes to, I mean, that's just a 35% drop. And the second worst performer was Hublot, down 20 to 25%, and looking to be down another. By the way, Tudor and Hublot are looking to be down another 20% this year.
No way already. Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a projection, yeah.
A projection,
If you look at Tudor, the hardest thing for them right now is they're competing against vintage Rolex.
Yep.
Right? I mean, like, if you're in the market for a Tudor, you got to look at vintage Rolex and say, and you can get the lower end models of Rolex too. You can get the Explorer ones and the Air Kings and the other
Yep.
stuff.
And they're coming back down. They're just slowly
OPs,
floating back down. OPs, Black
the
Dial
Steel
Explorers.
Datejust.
You can get for
Right?
not
The
too
full
crazy
Steel
money.
Datejust is what, 8 something still? Is
Mhm.
it still sub 9?
Mhm.
But you're right. A lot of I think the price point Tudor is a very aggressive price point. You have all those micro brands. Would you like a Tudor? Or would you like a Ming?
Right.
And you got Christopher Ward, all those little brands in
Yeah,
there
all those brands are
attacking that price point.
they're coming back to bite them, that they all
It
were
just,
able to shoot up, Even the Tissot PRX.
For sure.
to be honest with
Yeah.
you, I get so much compliments on this $600 watch that I don't. Why not wear it? That's a great point, because I enjoy this PRX so much. I don't think there's another Tudor besides the 925 silver, just because that's like a silver watch who does that I would want to trade my PRX for right now. And that's a crazy statement to say, but it's true.
It's not crazy. I said this on a live stream the other day or on a call, I can't remember, but 2 people that I know that got the PRX after getting the Chopek Antarctique said the PRX bracelet was a higher quality bracelet.
It's very good.
$18,000.
It's very, very good.
And it's a
And
good
a brand
move.
like Chopek that rose to fame as a result of being a Phoenix brand with a weird name, with a kind of a weird affiliation with Patek Philippe, and then coming out with a Steel Sports watch. They were one of the fastest risers in 2021. I assure you, they will be one of the fastest fallers. It's got to be over for them before they even got started, because the watch is not an $18,000 watch.
So you're correct, and I feel
too many watches too. Right?
There's too many watches, too many choices, and even great choices.
But they made like 5,000 a year.
Oh wow, no way.
Yeah.
No, I think they were at 1,000. They were at 1,000. Yeah. Trying to expand, but they got the rug pulled out from under them.
That's a lot for that watch.
I think with them, it's funny. I first heard about them like a year or two before they phoenixed, right? And the whole thing about them was the Patek connection, all this thing, but they were actually doing very good watches, and the price point for what they were offering was actually very, very good at the time. Like under 20 for their weekly counter.
Check CQ, you there?
Sorry, cut out for him.
Yeah, looks like CQ cut out. Yeah, check your Wi-Fi. You'll be back in a second. But anyway, very, very, very good conversation. I mean, but we're quibbling over the winners. How much are they going to continue? It's easy to predict. Oh, Patek's not going to do well. Richard Mille's not going to do. But those guys are doing very, very well, and they're going to be the last to feel the brunt of what's going on in the industry. They're going to be. It's going to take them 2 years. For if anything's going to happen, it's going to take them years to get to the point of feeling any pain. So cool.
Yeah,
but,
I expect Patek and AP to pass Omega this year in revenue.
Yeah, they're gonna. Yeah. AP and Patek. Yeah. Yep. Okay, you're back.
There we go. Sorry about that.
No worries. Just a little Wi-Fi glitch. MD Chaz says there's a lot of happy Tudor owners out there, but they bought 2 and are done. I think that's too many, MD Chaz.
Oh, don't say that. There's some good watches. I think you, just like I harp on RM a little too much. I think you come for Tudor. I don't know if there's some history that I don't know about, but you 2 Tudors is okay.
Yeah.
2 Tudors is listen. There's no reason in today's market to settle for a Tudor that's going to be worth 30 cents on the dollar as soon as you buy it. There's a lot better watches out there at the $5,000 price point, unless you get like a flamingo blue or a pink or something that's really, really special. But otherwise, by the way, the brands that were hit hardest this year, Longines, Tissot, and Tudor. Were hit because of their over reliance on China as a market, and the prediction from Morgan Stanley is China's not coming back at all. As a matter of fact, let me see if I have another chart as well.
I think that's going to be beyond all the other macroeconomic things you have going on in the world right now. The fact that luxury spending in mainland China does not seem like it's coming back at all is going to be a very interesting domino that a lot of brands will not. Like I worry for Breguet. I wake up in the middle and I think about Breguet now.
You do? I don't. I don't lose any sleep over Breguet.
I lose sleep over weird things.
There's plenty of Breguets that anybody who wants them can buy because they're just going to keep recycling what they have. So
yeah. Hey, but if you buy Breguet, try to get something in the 80s, early 90s, Daniel Roth,
right.
Inspired or designed, good value.
Some of this is misleading though, the Chinese thing, because I think there still is an appetite. Their economy has been suffering, but a lot of them are buying in Japan and overseas. So
a lot of them are buying outside of the market.
You know why? It's 20% sales tax in China. So they're flying to Japan, buying it at a cheaper price because the yen is way down, and then avoiding that. So it's a
Some
little
of them will
deceptive,
pay though.
like,
Some
there's
of them
still-
don't mind paying the customs or the sales tax.
Yeah, that's just why I think that's why the exports are down so far. I still think there's a lot of buyers, but you know,
I also do think as well, when a lot of these brands try to attack the Chinese market, they did make like very particular watches, smaller diameter, thinner watches, a little bit more classic. And as you've been talking about for this whole show, things are just a little different now, a little more modern, a little bit, you know. So brands who didn't pivot and they kind of were targeting the traditional luxury mainland Chinese thing, like Longines especially. Because Longines is like, if you look at their catalog, it's all for, you know, mainland Chinese customers or older people with smaller, a lot of their ladies watches and stuff. It's very like, you know, I just remember opening up the, and when the rep would come in, mainland China, easy money. So I think a lot of brands are, you know, figuring out how to talk to different consumers. But I just, you know, I think right now, if you're somebody who travels a lot to Asia, it's a good time to get watches out there for sure.
now I would say the Middle East is more that type of market, right?
In terms of
just buying everything. I mean, they're not doing so well. Like, there's no economic issues there.
Exactly, no. So with the Middle East, it's all about like, if you know how to connect with the right people then, or right collector groups, your brand will do very well. There's some very obscure brands that do amazingly well in the Middle East and do not do, I could say them now and people will be like, what is that brand? But in the Middle East, they send watches and they're able to sell, and a lot of good Hundred Burkas.
Like Pernell and Vanguard are those two that do all right over there.
So I haven't. While I was there, I didn't see any Pernells over there. The Vanguards are interesting. I could see some people over there going for them because they have the advantage of the Kandura that they wear, right? So instead of suits that wear these Kanduras, they have these big sleeves. So they're really not afraid to wear a bigger watch over there because they have these big sleeves that they can hide their watches in. So it's not like your watch is as exposed as it is here in the West, where like, maybe I don't want to wear this huge watch because everybody can see it. Over there, you can just cover it all day. So Vanguard, you know, I got to do a deeper dive, but I think they could stand a chance over there if they target it right. You know, they don't need to sell that many watches, right?
Right. Yeah, it's a small brand.
We got to do a Dubai Watch Week stream. We got to get everybody over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Are you gonna go? Oh, awesome!
Oh, yeah.
I'm going. Oh, it's a party. I'll show you around the town.
That would be an honor, absolute privilege.
I promise I won't get you locked up.
All right. Hey, thank you so much, CQ, Boston Collector, Aussie Expat, Buckley, for coming on. Guys, hit the upvote button, hit the like button on the way out. 60 people watching. Head on over to any other live stream that's on right now, or take a break and have dinner and relax and hang out with family for a change. And we will catch you on the next one. Thanks so much, guys. Peace out.
All right. See you guys.
See ya.